That happened exactly the same when the North American economy was manipulated and the control of the stocks from England went to be part of the profits of just some private sectors. So they said, I don't know who's in control of the nations as long as I manage the finance. That was basically manipulation. And on that manipulation, the price was paid by millions of people. And in that process, there were consequences. Next slide, please. In the cost of lives. Then Keynesianism kept spreading, and that caused to go into another kind of war, a Cold War, a war that caused that millions of dollars were readdressed, reallocated, so that there was a balance, a geopolitical balance between two ideologies. People still don't wrap up their heads around it, but in a moment you will see where I'm going with this. But the Cold War was a conflict that was under a politic, the massive destruction. Both parts had to invest big capitals to maintain their hegemonic control, and that was derived from one consequence. One consequence that was done in the World War II, which was the big trigger that generated the big technological advances that we see right now, but it was at the cost of something that was so dangerous that we were touching the power of the gods. The political consequences that derived from this made that full economies directed themselves towards the military aspect, which led the global economy to the verge of collapse. On that time, there were productions of billions of dollars where both sides had to produce the same things. There was a war that with no end. They were putting in billions of dollars and no one was going to win it except the one that spent the most. Simple as that. There's a small phenomenon in this that a few people know. What changed this policy was something that happened in 1982, the War of Malvinas. And there's a small fact. Argentina managed to buy technology, a little outdated, from Russia that came from a new policy. We cannot keep building war platforms of billions of dollars to destroy another $1 billion platform. It's very expensive. No one's going to win. So there was a brilliant idea. Let's build a device the size of a Volkswagen. And that device, let's make it go fast and let's make it quicker than any other defense system. And that they knew it as XOC. Then we have Phobos, then we had Thornburn, and other models. The Argentinian knew it as Exocet. Then, if you remember in the Falkland Wars, they had five Exocet. They fired five times and they sunk four ships. A $10 million platform would sink hundreds of millions of dollars. That's a great business. And that collapsed the economic systems of war. There was a nation with a lot of tensions when seeing this phenomenon, which was Iran. Iran, when seeing this, they said, hey, this is very interesting. A small nation could defend themselves to a bigger nation with a bigger economic capacity. They turned to the Russian and said, hey, I think it's very interesting this small thing you did. Oh, what is it? Exo? Oh yeah, that's very old. We have Phobos and Thornburn. Well, sell it to me. No, you know what? Let me give you the plans, the blueprints, and they started building it. Do you know how many of these the ironies have to the Gulf? Like 80,000. It's expected, and North American have 52 because they have never invaded Iran. Next slide. Sadly, we never learned the lesson. We ended one conflict with the strongest explosive mankind has known. We reached the power of the gods. From that, we changed our perspective on energy generation. From that, we managed to understand that we have the capacity to create artificial suns, and by that, generating enough energy to maintain our society at a great price because our knowledge of technology was very basic. And sadly, from then on, we didn't realize the problem with radiation, but it did widen our knowledge at a cost of lives. And we still can't wrap our hands around it. And people would say, yeah, it's under control. Really? Do you know why we haven't seen any other nuclear phenomenon? By sheer luck. Do you know how many nuclear bombs have been lost since the first one was created up to date between the Russians and the Americans and the French and the Indians? 63. Do you know how many of these 63 have been recovered? 34. The rest, we don't know where they are. They may be in the ocean, they may be hidden in a mountain. Will they go off? We don't know, but no one talks about it. And it's important to mention this because that cost at some point is going to it's going to be gone, and that has a social cost as a political cost that's going to be charged. And George Santayana said, those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. And we are facing this process in which we will have to face ourselves, we will have to face our children, our grandchildren, our descendants that will ask us, hey, what's the world that you left us? And we don't think about this because we had a big economic development with industry and technology, but we did not realize the cost that is represented in a very small part that we send, the particle that we send to the environment, CO2, which started to spread in the troposphere, and that if created the phenomenon that we know as the Coriolis effect, the climate change. Coriolis effect is that the one that controls the climate current in the world, and we affect the climatic systems. The problem that we have right now is that we do not the real cost of this climate change. We have to adapt technologies to change it as soon as possible. And do you know why? Very easy. If we don't do it, the planet's over. And you may have all the millions of dollars in the world, but there's just one planet. We don't have another one. We may say that it doesn't exist, but really? Anyone here has seen the rain in the New York, or how the Sahara has become bigger? Have we seen how the climate systems in the world have been affected in the input creation, economic costs, or the freezing conditions? Future looks bright, and at the same time, not too much if we're not responsible. The next slide, please. So between 1991 and 2008, a new economic system was developed, which is what we know as the unipolar economic, which was the height of the power of the US. It was the time where there was a desert storm, where we had dance music. Suddenly, everyone was talking about Britney Spears or big artists at the time. It was the end around the Backstreet Boys time, very interesting, but we weren't realizing what was happening in the world at the time. There was a geopolitical rearrangement. Russia suddenly started to collapse, to fall. We saw the fall of the Berlin Wall, the hegemonic control from the US, but also an increase in greed. And that increase in greed was not controlled. There were billions of dollars that were lost, and that ended up in the economic collapse in 2008. Afterwards, there was something very interesting, which were bubbles of technological development. We were rethinking the debt systems with technology involved, and the interesting part about is that hegemonic systems were created that the US would control, which was the only superpower with enough political, military, and cultural influence. They were based on rules, values, and policies on multilateral institutions such as the UN, the IMF, and NATO. Sadly, not all of them were perfect, but the control was necessary. Otherwise, we would have fallen into chaos. You remember that it was these times where air controls came back after some phenomena that happened between 2000 and 2001. Next slide. Here at this time, the neoliberalism, which is an economic and political current that defends the free market, came up between European liberal academics in the decade of 1930, which were trying to come up with an alternative path. It was a marvelous time. Everyone would find cheap credit. Companies could just present a project and they would get subsidies from the state. The state wanted a constant expenditure, and that created an unprecedented economic growth like no other in humanity's history, but it came at a terrible cost at social level, at climatic level, and at economic level. I think we've all lived the cost of an excess of expenditure of said capital. Next slide. Neoliberalism was spread through the world thanks to organizations such as the IMF and the World Bank, and they imposed policies to for countries in debt or in development. We also had political leaders like Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher that applied neoliberal reforms in their countries, which came with positive and negative effects in the world. The negative effects we can include inequality, scarcity, and social exclusion and instability, as well as the national sovereignty loss. Again, not everything was negative, but the effects cannot be ignored because it's a secondary effect. Next, freedom does not only mean that individual has the opportunity and the weight of choice. They must also bear the consequences of their acts. Freedom and responsibility are intrinsic. That was our sin. We were not responsible. And I'm talking worldwide level. We gave too much power to too few. And that came with consequences. And that those consequences are causing that we have to make a full reallocation of our social and economic source resources. Then the economic development of the finances and technology, the US was the main promoter of this, which also helped other countries that were in development, and everything changed. Suddenly we had devices that made everything for us. Do you know what was the great technology that made us grow as societies? It's a device that all of you have. We all have it, that came from being hunters and gatherers to be able to be in just one place, and that's the fridge, the refrigerator. Try to unplug it and try to live without it. Food will go bad, you will have to buy it every day, you would have to go far to get water. There would be no way to stay comfortably watching the news at night because you would have to spend too much time getting ice. The cost would be very, very interesting. And there's something that we still haven't understood, the responsibility that we have in it. This came at a price, and everything now is integrated in one place. We have technology for everything, video reproduction. The only thing that we cannot do with a phone is to freeze the food because everything else can be done. Do you remember how many devices we needed to see, to listen, to record music, to communicate, and to make our finances or databases? How many devices did we need? We needed like over 36. Some say 60, but now everything's in the phone. The only thing I cannot do is to heat up a hot dog or freeze the beer because everything else can be done with phone. Next slide, please. The with new challenges and threats like terrorism, mass destruction weapons, and regional conflicts and climate change and infectious diseases, the US tried to answer to these challenges with a unilateral leadership, sometimes with the support of the allies and their rivals. Here, with this liberal attitude towards companies and individuals, came at a price. We lost control. Control was lost, and that economic capacity came at a cost due to the instability that had been generated. And in some states, there were resistance processes that came with an impact, some political, some economic, and they needed contention policies. Some were not very welcome. Do you remember after 9/11 when everything changed in airports? They had to go through everything. Before we had more freedom. And due to that same freedom, they needed to put in place a lot of controls. Between 60s and 70s and the 80s, there were a lot of terrorists in the planes, and they would be stealing until they started to place control points. And there was an increase during the 90s, the 2000s, the 80s, 90s, the 2000s. Sadly, that time is gone. Now, the resurgence of other economic powers like China and India, they were trying to get more spotlight in the world scenario. These were challenging the unilateral economics. They were trying to get support. Hey, I can do this for cheaper. I can train people. I can do this faster. And then something happened. Pride. The US started to invest a lot of capital in other places, taking their manufacturers to other countries. They installed them in China. They placed their capacity for training in other countries. They diversified, and that came at a price because other countries growth and they wanted to compete. Of course, when an empire grows, they want more. People think that the economic conflict that is happening between Ukraine and Russia is something new. No, it's a very old conflict. It's been around for a while, and Russia is trying to keep a contention barrier against NATO. And regardless of that, they want to recover a little bit of their economic power that they maintained, their hegemonic economic power when they were the URSS. And they're also scared. They have only 143 million inhabitants. And do you know how many China has? Over a bit, like 1,200,000. And do you know what's one of the biggest geographic places with the most resources in the world? The Siberian tundra. When over a billion people need more resources and they decide to go for them in the north, do you think do you know how the numbers are going to come down? Russia does not have to worry a lot more from uh, from the west as it has to do with China. A lot of experts in geopolitics are predicting this. This is going to happen in the following 15 to 20 years. China is trying to increase their economic hegemony by breaking the island barriers. They want to try to control Taiwan, to go into the Pacific Ocean, to increase their trade, and the US cannot allow that. And the reason is because this is what empires do, they defend themselves. However, the economic time of the US is ending, it's inevitable. It is not something bad, but it's just economic cycles. And the US economic cycle is going down. And we know it due to the way how their policies are behaving on their economic in broad terms. But we will see that in a moment. Next slide. And that is why one of the biggest changes came. Next slide, please. We got together, we connected. Look how we're being live streamed through the internet. Do you know what's interesting? That people did not realize the potential of it until we were forced to use it. The internet changed the rules of the game. It was no longer a child's play where everyone was saying, hey, stop doing that. You are interrupting the phone. I cannot make calls. Stop sharing pictures with your friends. I mean, internet is still the paradise for cats and adult entertainment. Let's say 80% of internet traffic is for that, but the rest of the world economy is still managed through the internet. We cannot think about anything in our lives without it. A small exercise I have asked in other conferences, but let's do it. How many of you have a smartphone? Raise your hand, please. Well, if no one doesn't, I mean, maybe anyone has an old Nokia. I have friends that do. But here's the interesting part. How many of you, outside of messages and calls, use it for anything else? Everyone. To work, right? We depend on it 100%. So suddenly, if the world network went down, all our businesses would be affected, right? And that is a flaw. It makes us vulnerable. They're trying to work in getting mitigation measurements and they come against phenomenon that we cannot control, especially solar activity. It also has to do with the vulnerability that is connected to cybernetic attacks. Next slide. But this also shows us the potential and the issue. The integration of the financial systems, communications, encryptation, informatic protocols, and the creation of an industry based on digital services of different ways it has made for greater economic growth in the history of humankind. Never before did we had we the ability to grow so fast just with our ideas. We can send an idea through the internet, put it on a website, look for investment, and have it in 48 hours. It has happened and it will keep happening and it will increase. How many of your companies suddenly realize that most people were being contacted by the internet? Most of them are requesting online services. Most of them are requesting packages of coverage that have to be provided through integrated services. How many of you had to contact IT specialists that you didn't have before? How many of you have had to evolve even if you don't understand technology? Who of you have had to do it? Right? And that phenomenon is rising, and we will talk about the future in a moment. Next slide. Our world has just changed. According to a study from Goldman Sachs, the adoption of intelligent tools by companies and society projects an increase of 7% of the GDP in a 10-year period. And this means that AI not only came to stay as part of us. You haven't realized this yet, but you have AI in your email, in your WhatsApp, in your call systems, also in the associative systems linked not only to the movies you watch, but the music you listen to. This is connected to intelligent systems that know you better than you know yourselves. And that turns all of us into products. Of course, it is associated to database, it belongs to companies. Of course, all of this means capital because the battlefield is our attention. And we see that every day. Some of you realize, some others don't. You will realize that when you have a telephone, they're always bombarding you with information that you like, the music you like, updates. Someone's profiting out of all of this. And that's where big businesses and big changes come in. And something very important comes into play. The world economy refers to, linked to the AI, refers to applying intelligent technologies to improve efficiency, productivity, and decision making in different different business sectors. And this provides a more strategic approach for positive results for companies. But this is just a small part of it. I'm going to tell you a small story, a short story. I will tell it to you like this because many of you knows won't understand it otherwise. We have a very big issue with the world's population. The population is turning old. It is calculated by 2030, one in each six or two in each 10 will be older than 60 years of age. 45% will have some sort of health issue. That has that means that in a population of 9.5 billion people, 2,400,000,000, they won't be able to help themselves. They won't be independent. Do you know how many health professionals dedicated to geriatric services we have in the world? Do you know more or less the number? 70 million. So 2,700,000,000 people, and we only have 70 million to treat them. I think we have a problem. The industry has known about this and they started to prepare for the next step, and what has to do with this. Of course, they don't tell us because they don't want to scare the world population, but it's a massive market. This week, it was announced that one of the biggest fabrics that is related to robot manufacturing will open their doors in the US, and it will dedicate itself exclusively for warehousing robots. Why? Because all these people that are older than 60 and 70 years that they don't have the best health, they have to request everything online. They cannot go out of their house. So we need warehouses that can cover this demand, and they will be handled by robots. But it's not just that. Since we don't have enough experts to take care of them, three countries, in this case the US, China, and Korea, are working with three different brands. One is Optimus, the Optimus robot from Tesla. The other one is a Chinese one. I think it's Magic Intelligence, something like that. I think it's that one. And there's a Korean one, and they are finishing development. They are like some of you have seen the videos, for example, Mecha or Optimus Robot or the Chinese models. But do you know what they are for? They are for geriatric treatments. Since we don't have enough people to treat old people, we're going to try to get robots to do it. It's going to be like the new refrigerator. They will bring us beverages, they can carry the people, they can take care of them, they will know us better than we know ourselves. Sorry, I couldn't help the joke. And that's going to be incredibly interesting, especially in Mexico, because we have the case of nearshoring. People don't understand that nearshoring in Mexico represents an opportunity not just for the production of automotive parts, but also because many of the parts for these automats will be produced in national territory. They will be assembled in the US. Chips will come from Taiwan, some in the new factories that are being produced, I think in New Mexico and others in Nevada. The intent of all of this is to cover a global market, a massive one. We have just to turn our heads. And this generates great opportunities and new challenges, regardless of the climatic aspect or the battery generation. Next slide. Next slide. The way in which technology interacts with us, it has changed thanks to AI, the presence of virtual assistants like Siri, Alexa, and Google Assistant that do searches through voice commands and answer questions. The real reason why they are trying to get people to get this assistance is so that you can connect these assistants to new automated AI systems. You will know them.
Said robots are going to be connected, and you're going to know what do they like, what soda you drink, what time you have to take your medicine, how should you be treated. And the bad thing is they also have eyes, and they're in our homes. You're going to get to know us very well, and that gives a fantastic market to some corporations, and that's going to be interesting, and that is part of the global economy. And it brings us to these payment systems. These, many of you do not know, has to do with that because, of course, many of you didn't pay attention when they came out in the market. Bitcoin was born between 2008 and 9 as a pseudonym, Mr. Akamoto, that we had an individual that really did, we didn't know if he was a person or a group of people. And we're a group of economists and a group of sociologists. And then we had a blockchain connected to a ledger that is nothing but a financial PNL through which they control through an encrypted technology that allowed us to have digital property. Said digital property when it came in the market, so it was worth a lot of money. So it's important because most of them, when suddenly they got into the bubble as a result of the other 9 year, it had a value 60,000. It was an increase of 60,000% of an assets. Ladies and gentlemen, this has never happened in the history of humankind, and it's there. The value is in 27,000 US dollars. They're waiting for the special generations, and this is a long explanation of what Bitcoin is. The 21 million unit, the retribution is large, 10 years of progress, it's completely free, a huge amount of people in the planet, but a lot of these assets, and it's worth more than gold. We're about the release of new legislations internationally that will mean the a raise of futures. This is creating a great polemic because of the behavior of SEC. But here, what's important is that the generation of Bitcoin futures will mean that the growth of an economy that has reached $1 trillion US will cover more than gold. You know how much the gold industry is worth globally? More than 38 quadrillion US dollars. Bitcoin one quadrillion. We believe Bitcoin is going to cover 10% of the economy. Bitcoin is going to reach around 120 trillion US dollars. You don't want me to, the digital assets, you don't want me to tell you where we're going to get. BlackRock looked at this and they're working in the first ULs. The EU is working in three more. Ethereum and other intelligent currencies are working on that and cause the central banks to turn. Next slide, please. And these generated the central bank digital currency CBDCs. The CBDCs are not cryptocurrencies per se because they don't have an activity, they do not have a cryptographic coverage. It's a database, it's centralized, managed by central banks. Central banks, as we've discussed in other occasions, are something else, and they are just a control of entities that work globally. They charge a commission because of the emission of currency, and we believe large owners are other banks, and they work through states for the regulation of the economy. That is a global economy that comes from the International Monetary Fund, controlled by the central bank, by the international settlements. The idea of CBDCs is a direct competition of what it means digital assets or bitcoins and digital currency that they could have right now in what you have in your. That means that you're going to be able to use these digital assets to pay whatever, or you can use it as a reserve value. So this sounds like science fiction, like robots that are going to look at old people, but these are robots that manage themselves and talking about drones that fly themselves, win wars, and suddenly we live in this futuristic picture, and it's going to get worse or better depending on your perspective. And then, next slide. So what is a CBDC? CBDCs are money from the central bank, means the money that's a liability of the central bank in the US at present. There's two types of currency, the fiat money issued by the Federal Reserves and balances that are in the banks and the Federal Reserves. You use electronic currency, nobody notices that. For of course, we all know that in the bank there's no huge bag of money with our name. There's numbers, and as the economy works, really, is that most of the capital that's within the banks start with the money. It starts from the reserve or the cash that comes when they do the retention of our capital. So from there comes most of the money, and this is a very interesting part. At the time that there is a central currency, then we're going to have many opportunities because of the legislation. There's a lot of new capital coming in. And what's going to leverage it is the value of our global economy that is connected. However, this means a problem. And even if we have installed capacity, we're going to have problems that come with entities. And this security comes from delivering our information. And I'm going to give an example. Two more slides, please. Two more. Now, please can put here. I don't know if you have audio. No, it doesn't have audio. So what we have here is a video of cartels that we know is the president of the Bank of International Settlement, the Bank of the Banks. And in this video, what they describe is that currently we don't know who spends $100 bill. They know who spends $100 bill, or who spends $1,000, or who spends 1,500 pesos. At the time they implement the CBDCs, they will know because everything is going to be attached to your account. So if you spend $100, they'll know it. If you spend or buy anything, they're going to know it. If you buy a cheap brand, they're going to know. Everything's going to be connected to the information. So now imagine that you have some political beliefs, and these political beliefs don't go hand in hand with the interests of the party yeah, at that moment. So who's going to pay you the money? Can you imagine? That's what happened with the CBDCs. So that's why a lot of people don't like it. We have global resistance among them. And from there, a lot of the cryptocurrencies. and some others are more anonymous. It doesn't mean we don't pay taxes. It doesn't mean that we don't manage our interests. It means that we have a lot to still discuss. And this discussion generates a lot of the conflicts in the next or 10, 15 years with implementation of said times. And then we have what I mentioned, CBDCs against cryptocurrencies, private cryptocurrencies like appear in the news. They're digital, and the CBDCs are issued by central banks, and they have the same assurance that the paper in countries. Let's assume that the paper of any nation has survived more than 40 years. Not me, you can investigate that, but the currency you asked me for, there is not even one that has survived more than 40 years. All the intrinsic value goes to zero, and none of it has appreciated like cryptocurrencies, because this is what we call an economy that it has. We have a lot of challenges. However, we have two options. Everybody's going to have to choose their own. And then, next slide, please. Next slide. And CBDCs compete against what? I've got stable coins that are connected to sovereign debt that allows us to be leveraged and assured. And that way, we have the case of the USDT, USDA, and stable coins that have allowed currency to be faster at a global level. Next slide. I have to go faster because I'm running out of time. How fast are CBDCs going to be displayed? And the problem is that technology is always pursued by legislation. When there's an innovation, there's no law. So it turns into the foreign West. And once there's something new, and then one goes after the other. The problem with CBDCs is the same legislation that they want to play with stop them, while whereas cryptocurrencies have more than 10 years development. They have a delay. We don't believe they could be issued before the next 6 years, and then we believe that for then, and so Bitcoin is going to have to cover in the next 4 or 5 years. In less than 4 or 5 years, it's going to have a market share between 25 and 30 trillion US dollars, and in 120 trillion US dollars. How fast is this going to happen? How much are they going to compete? We have to see it. Next slide, please. How fast are we going to display the CBDCs? Well, let me tell you, so far the Bahamas have done it. They've done it in China, like they've also done it through a social experiment, through controlled systems with something that we so call the social rating. And this means that if you say something, you behave well, you can go on the bus, you can buy airplane tickets, you can go to the store, and if not, not. Click. And then money's gone. So you behave well, I'll activate your money. And it's not going to be me, the one that tells you what does it mean, but this is a reality and it happens in China. And the worst is that there's experiments from the central bank that are talking about social control system. And of course, there is nothing that is active now. However, we do not know. And next slide, please. And can you imagine? This brings us to a very interesting exercise. You have a robot at home that works at home. The robot is not yours because you didn't have time to pay for it. It's going to cost you 25, 30,000 pesos. You're going to have to pay by your children or for your mutual funds. But one day you decide to buy in Twitter, this guy is wrong. And then the word this guy doesn't understand. They understand that this is an appropriate word when it's really coming on behalf of the Ways Latuani, the important Latuani is an outer word, the word the great. When I mean somebody that is great is my great friend or a great person, that is what I call way. The way in Spanish is also dude, but he's just making a joke. So, next. Unfortunately, all of these plans were stopped when this happened, and it affected the global economy. Mauricio said that the world changed, and after the world changed. Unfortunately, we had to notice how vulnerable we are, how much are we not prepared? How can it be that we did not pay attention? And unfortunately, we had to pay the consequences. And I'm not gonna say names or nothing like that, but I'm gonna give figures. We're estimating that in Mexico, 1,200,000 people died. The federal government admits more or less 100,000 people died. You know how many people died in the World War? 260,000 in the Second World War. How many dead have they had due to fentanyl? 300,000. 1,200,000 people potentially dead during the pandemic in Mexico. And I worked as a secretary in the Indigenous Secretariat. I went to see the communities in Guerrero and I saw it myself. Paths full of petates. They had to burn them because there was no way of being able to take them to refrigerators. And the MP came, they gave faith of the death, and they burned them. And those were never registered. Next slide, please. The world changed. 150 million confirmed cases, 6.3 million dead throughout the world, approximately. These figures are, and we're living the consequences only to discover that very likely this was generated in a lab. And I'm the one saying it. You can see the news, you can see the amount of research in that regard. This is not a speculation. There's very serious journalists behind it, and countries that are looking to see who's going to have to pay the consequences, and it takes going to take many years. But a lot of region we mean that everything is connected to what we're mentioning right now. And some of the most affected countries due with the pandemic: Russia, India, the UK, Brazil. Greater economic losses were generated. This is a process towards a recession that will affect us 20 years, and this is going to cause us to rethink the way we communicate, see this, and the growth of social networks and communication schemes accelerated. The cyber processes in AI, robotic changes, and everything we've been speaking about. However, it seems to be that we still do not understand the implications of these. We must be more participative. We must go beyond only reacting. We must be aware and take awareness of the information and do something about it. And it is not unusual that you see everywhere programs: look after yourself, exercise, workout, alternative health systems. It's not because they want to give us that, it's because there's no installed capacity to serve us all. And that is interesting. Next slide. The pandemic has also had economic and social consequences that have devastating. According to the AI, the GDP dropped 3.5 in 2020 and 5.5 in 21, a similar growth for 22 and 23. The truth is that we grew 3.8%, and now we're on a downward trend, and this is going to have other economic consequences. Nevertheless, this recovery has not is not the same was the increase of the legacy to the BRICS. And what does it mean, BRICS? Next slide. That all of us know that have to do with Brazil, Russia, China, and South Africa. It has to do with the Arab Emirates, and it has also to do with uh, uh, China and India. An important part of the global population doesn't agree with the system that existed before, and that represented, next slide, 3.2 billion people, which is equal to 41% of the world population. Two out of every five people in the world live in a BRIC country. I mean, I know the time is against me. I'm going to have to go ahead, 2 slides ahead. We're only explaining here what are the economic systems connected to BRIC, how change trade, how is it going to, how the systems of health are going to be affected, what's installed economic capacity and territorial capacity. Next slide. And at present they transfer 6 million US dollars, that is 17% of world trade in BRICS. We are estimating that this is going to grow to 1 trillion in the next 4 years. A quadrillion. The world is about to change. We're going to have two blocks, and these two blocks are going to interact amongst them. Next slide. We're going to see the BRICS against the G7. The G7 represented, and now, next one. The BRICS and the no powers don't need West, and they're dedicating their own economic systems, their own health systems, and health system, and the only norms connected. And then this is going to generate important challenges and changes. And now the expansion of BRICS, and then in this world, these are interdependencies, and these are going to force to the negotiations and research, administration, natural resources, taxes, and defense, amongst other geopolitical things. Nothing's going to be so easy. Our economic, commercial structures, sociocultural, and economic are going to be affected regarding the implementation and standardization, and means that a more clear understanding of new technologies and technologies in specific areas, whereas in others it's going to be limited or it's going to be completely detained. In other words, you're going to have technologies that will work in one block and others that will work in another block. We're going to have then a huge chaos, the inclination for the international system with a multipolarity has gone far beyond. And this is going to cause us to restate also the schemes. For example, very soon, more Mexicans will be able to come in the US without a visa. Look at it. It's starting to come out in the media. This means that in the Americas, it's going to turn into economic term, and then is going to come out of the economy. And then we have to interact with them and grow our economies, and then the conclusions, and then we have to have the consent reduction and the emerging powers that has led to a transformation of unipolar to multipolar. And we see it the second multipolarism. Multipolarism is a system made up with multiple poles that are equal, that don't allow one power to have the capability to impose amongst others that would have the power, and that we can create a counterweight in the economic political system. Wars will not disappear because it's very expensive to fight amongst ourselves, but there's going to generate great. The globalization has contributed to the strength of the world economy. The cost of world and conflict has grown because of the international connections, especially in the economic environment. Fourth, Latin America has maintained an isolated position in this process. The Latin American nations, especially Brazil, have achieved better performance in the international area. This isolation that is going into the past thanks to the new multi-power polar system. Fifth, institutions regulating the international system, multilateral fora, have recovered relevance due to greater power balance through their active participation in these circumstances. Brazil has achieved an influence and turning into an agent of change in the world. Mexico, unfortunately, has lost this, and we hope it'll recover in the next administration. Six, the traditional dependency relationships between Latin America and the U.S. have changed because of the multipolar world. The influence of the BRIC countries has changed that. The progressive economic weakening of the U.S., the U.S. Exterior policy in the Middle East and the relationship have allowed, as the main emerging powers, have had an important impact in this process. All the Middle East capital is going towards Africa and Latin American countries without the filters that existed before, and the countries connected to Europe and the US, and that's going to generate important challenges, unfortunately, great conflicts too. Seven, by being a break, the hegemony of dollar, there's going to be new currencies leveraged in the traditional reserve systems and debt systems with digital assets and digital property are going to play a very important role. Eight, there's going to be a resetting of old conflicts that in years to come are going to come at a high political, social, and economic restating barrier frontiers like China, Ukraine, Taiwan, Africa, and we hope it doesn't go to Latin American countries. Nevertheless, we'll see what happens in Argentina. Ninth, in a high likelihood of the next decade, with progress of AI and cryptocurrencies as the new prediction system based on conductual studies, we'll see how we'll fight for a new border, and this is connected to internet and the metaverse. That we haven't covered. And believe me, we tried to compact this conference as much as possible because there's so much information in 10th. Together with the competition for the energy and technological resources, there's high likelihood of a new space career that is going to take place among the two important blocs, whereas and the main nations, India, China, Japan, and other emerging nations, are going to be new competitors in the space sector and aerospace sector that are going to go for new reserves, new territories, and that is going to be seen in the next few years. And I apologize if I spoke too fast. I know there's so much information. I hope to have a Q&A. I know time doesn't allow for that. Nevertheless, I would like to take three questions if you allow me. Yes, it could be as long as they're not extensive, but I know that with you, there's always many more questions. So I'd like to tell you and I invite you that after these three questions, that I know you're going to have many more, can you write them down so that Caleb at the same time will respond them through the chat, email, and he'll be able to respond. First question. Who would like to ask the first question, Caleb? Any question, doubts, or you'd rather write them down? If you complaints, comments, yeah, there's one here in the back. Please. Ay, the microphone. I don't know if you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you. I only wanted to ask you a very simple question because maybe for us it's not very clear if you can give us an explanation, a simple explanation of what is the consistency or what does an electronic currency, like in this case, the CBDC has the petrol bank digital coin, or what do they have in their chain? Why is it so valuable? Why has this gone? Market share. Cryptocurrencies are worth because of market share. The market gives them value. And I'm going to give an example in this for us to understand where is the value of the do you know what is the most valuable art piece we have on the planet? The Mona Lisa. Why? Because the Mona Lisa, we could say it was drawn by Da Vinci, or you can say because a lot of people see it. No, the truth is it was stolen in two occasions. That made it famous. After that, we have millions of people every year going to Paris, paying airplane tickets, paying food, buy memorabilia, going to the Louvre, paying for the entrance, only to see a reproduction. The original is in the warehouses, and it's too valuable. It cannot be insured. Why? Because people put money into it. Cryptocurrencies are worth because there's a lot of people that put capital and value, and that creates leverage, and that leverage goes against collateral, and collateral is placed in a database that is the blockchain, and that database is public. We all know what portfolios have what. We don't know who's the owner of the portfolio because of privacy reasons, but that's what gives part of the value to it. What does it make worth a CBDC? It's the same that a peso is worth or a dollar is worth, that is leverage as sovereign debt. And this sovereign debt is assured by central bank or insured by several banks. The problem is the overimpression. When overinflation comes, there's inflation, and that dilutes the value of the currencies. In the case of Bitcoin, there's inflation, and this rotation comes from the supply and demand. More or less, did I answer your question? Any other question? Okay, then if you don't, there's one more. Why Mexico is not part of the BRICS? Mexico has a series of treaties that were mandated. The free trade agreement with the U.S., USMCA. We also have defense treatments with the NATO and other treaties with European nations. It would be on behalf of Mexico, how can I say, politically incorrect regarding international trade to actively participate with BRICS, even if we have commercial treaties and participation with other nations actively. We cannot do it directly. We would have to break some treaties. We receive subsidies in many cases, tax subsidies, and in other cases, we also have problems regarding joint defense. We cannot do it. Even if recently Mexico came out of the North American Free Trade Agreement, this is the topic is huge, and that is one of the reasons. These are and the future of the Mexican peso. Why do you ask me that? Let me tell you, the next one, take it as speculation, please. The superweight, the super peso is an illusion, complete illusion. The super peso only exists at present because Mexico is producing a large amount of assets that we're putting in our economy, and that allows the value of our currency to stay. It's not the fact that the peso is worth more and the dollar to be worth less. And according to the payment that the dollar will continue dropping in value, the peso will have to float as it is, and it's not going to maintain because of the debt rate. Mexico fell in debt three times more, threefold debt. People can deny it. You can see the numbers. Look at the budget. Look at the central bank. And unfortunately, the level of debt that we have to face in the next administration is huge, and unfortunately, is going to affect our economy that has to generate a our currency will end up going to 22, 23. Others are more pessimistic. It all depends if we maintain or not the control of the production through nearshoring, and we increase the amount of plants or factories will increase by increasing the level of trade with the United States. Our level of trade is $9 billion a month. So if that tenfold will increase the value of our economy and will do better. However, that has not achieved, then we have to restate it. And there's other point related infrastructure. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much. Let's give him a hand. And again, I would like to ask him, the accountant, Ana Romero, if she could deliver this acknowledgement just to thank our dear Dr. Caleb Gonzalez. This is a small token of our appreciation. She's from Costa Rica and she'll do us the honor. Thank you, Dr. Caleb.
UC&CS America provides this special reward to Dr. Caleb Gonzalez Blanco for their valuable exposition in these cycles of technical conferences 2023 within the 24th annual worldwide conference of UCS with the topic Introduction of CBDC and the evolution to a multipolar financial system. Thank you very much, Doctor. Very well. Now we'll have the photograph sessions. That we have time running on our heels, but it's very important to respect the time of the speakers that are coming afterwards. So I would like to ask you to go to the back of the room as every year to do the session, the photograph session. And afterwards, if you want to take your coffee to the table so that we can continue with our agenda, we'll try to make up some time. Thank you very much. And whoever's on the virtual room, Accountant Sergio Penilla, a warm welcome to wherever you are. Also to Accountant Miguel Ángel Quiñones, also to Accountant Armando Orozco, Emanuel Garcia, Alejandro Pérez Morales, Orfa Liliana, and everyone with your cameras on. Thank you very much for being with us today. And well, of course, we'll be taking some screenshots. So please put your cameras on so that we can greet you and see you virtually at least. Thank you very much. So hopefully we can all accommodate quickly to buy some time. I hope you could live what we are living right now in person. Is so much love in the air, such brotherhood right now. It is good to see how partners and friends are coming together. I hope you could perceive that. But well, we'll see how we can transmit that to you. Thank you very much. Please stay on. We will be present.
246, checando señal de audio 246. Sí, ok, checando señal de micrófono, señal de traducción. Cabina, cabina, inglés, 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 246. Checando traducción. 246, checando señal de traducción. 246, ok. Sí.
All right, testing, 1 2 3, sound check. Sound check 1 2 3 on the 24th Annual Worldwide Conference 2023. Testing 1 2 3. Sound check for live stream of the 23rd Annual Conference, 24th Annual Conference 2023. Sound check, checking sound. Bueno, si tuvimos un respiro con las fotos.
Ay, sí, qué
Ay, va
bueno.
rapidísimo el compa,
¿Qué
¿no?
onda con su...? Ya qué bueno que teníamos representación.
Sí, no, porque sí hubo un par que sí dije, no, voy a leer el párrafo, no hay forma de seguirle el...
Mejor del párrafo, o sea,
Sí, claro.
¿qué onda con este corte?
Sí, va a 1000 por hora.
Sí, o sea, qué onda.
Yo sé que tienen el tiempo apretado, pero
Sí,
claro.
este...
Okay, testing 1 2 3, sound check. Sound check 1 2 3 of the 24th Annual Conference 2023. Right now we're trying to get the sound to sound as best as possible for the live stream in the WebEx platform. We are in Hotel Diplomático in Mexico City, where there's a gathering of a lot of very nice people that work in the economics and finance industry. We are live streaming to different platforms from WebEx. I think you can find us in LinkedIn, YouTube, and we are testing the sound. Is the sound okay? Hopefully, you can hear us very well, especially for those of you who are following the live stream. Testing microphone, testing sound. Bueno, no, de aquí a las 2, ¿no? Es la comida. Y de ahí creo que sí ya es de corrido, ¿verdad? No, pues a ver qué sucede. Check. Okay, testing sound, checking the sound for the live stream. That will be following the conference in English on the 24th Annual Worldwide Conference 2023, directly from Mexico City, from Hotel Diplomático to the world. We're trying to get the best sound possible for everyone following on the different streaming platforms such as YouTube, LinkedIn, and any other channel the UC&CS is directing the live stream.
Sí, no, ni su lengua sola, o sea, no tenía vergüenza.
No,
O sea,
Pero bueno, esperemos los siguientes oradores vayan con más calma. No, pues fue nada más cerrar, sí, las fotos. Entonces, sí, si quieres, resetemos el reloj. Media hora otra vez. Sí, porque literalmente solo fue como gracias por todo, vamos a la foto. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go back to our places. The time has come, as all the moments that we're living through, it's very important, very special. So I'm asking all of you to go back to your seats. So please, everyone, go back to your seats or places for those of you who are online. So this is first call, second call, and third call. So please, Mauricio Mubarak, and all of you who are on our online platforms, you will be able to notice that we are following, that we're living very beautiful feelings and emotions, and that people here are very good at following instructions. Third call. So before giving the podium to the next speaker, we will do the official opening. So I would like to request Mauricio up here. Okay, so I would like to request Mauricio to come here with us, and accountant Moises Solares to come here to the stage, so to speak, from this room. Uh, so I think all of us are here together. I will give the podium to Mauricio. Okay, as you know, in Mexican style, the opening is not at the beginning. It's once the mood is set for us to be prepared to receive this great official opening of the event. For that, we invited a great character, a good friend of ours, and we will request our esteemed, our dear Mrs. Solares, who is president of the Committee of Public Relations of the firm, to do the opening. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome everyone. And it appears this is the 24th meeting. And on this occasion, we will have to follow the path of those privileged with knowledge and experience that provide so much to us. And that is why we have reached the 24th meeting. And we will keep on going. On this occasion, we have the pleasure of having Dr. Jose Gerardo Tajonar Castro to be here with us. His academic background is a bachelor in law by Universidad La Salle. He has a master's in international trade, a master's in organizational development, and a PhD in business management. He also has other certifications, such as one from Japan in the program of management of property rights in industry, which was developed in Tokyo. He also has a certificate from Turin, Italy, on the automotive academic matter and the use of plastic in the automotive sector. He's also a consultant in international trade by the Banco de Comercio Exterior y el Consejo de normatización y selección de competencias laborales in Mexico. He's also consultant in networks of exportation by ProMexico. And his relevant distinctions for Dr. Jose Gerardo Taconar, who is coming with us to this opening. Year by year, since 1995, he's been recognized as leader of the trade missions for business people in Mexico towards other countries, to foreign countries, supporting them to make negotiations in these countries through a methodology that he himself designed. He's its author, and it's called Three Steps for Exportation. He's also creator of the management committee of the near competencies. He has also gone into the academic sector, sharing his knowledge and experience as an academic in the Instituto Tecnológico de Estudios Superiores de Monterrey in the topics of international trade focused on Latin America. And he has also provided certifications in that same institute, the Diplomado on foreign trade, and also a master's degree in business management. Currently, Dr. Jose Eduardo Tajonar, he is the national president of the National Association of Importers and Exporters in the Mexican Republic, called as ANIER, the two, and he's going to be doing it until 2024. He's also the president of the board of directors of the World Federation of Trade Points, headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland, from 2021 to 2030. He's also partner and president of TriPoints Mexico. He's also partner of the mezcal company Pacto de Sangre, developing business through the network that he has designed for that, for such effect. Let's provide a warm welcome, a round of applause to Dr. Jose Gerardo Tajonar Castro, who is going to be doing the official opening of this event. Welcome, Doctor. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here with you in this prestigious association in the foreign stage, and particularly with such important topics in which you perform every day in finance, law, administrative topics. If you consultants, you hardly, without you, the world wouldn't find itself in this transformation in our region, in this transformation of trying that those different parts in our geographical areas can reach welfare, and that welfare can be reflected in the economy and improvement for people. For us, it is a pleasure to talk to you because, such as yourselves, from the origins of our presence in this stage that in this CV that Moises has just read, well, our origins were the legal aspect in which we realized that this legal basis, this legal foundation for business is so important and necessary. And of course, we're going to the administrative part of business to understand better, to better understand the phenomenon that we have to be well placed and differentiating the different aspects of the free trade agreements and the expertise that all of us that work in international trade have to deal with. I'm also very glad for of sharing this table with academics of international trade, but also characters such as my dear Claudia Avila Connelly. I know you are a warrior for international trade, and I celebrate being in these working tables with you. Claudia, I'm going to be very looking eagerly towards your presentation. And on this event, we have a very important opportunity in our regions. We have heard constantly the words uh, of what's going on, but fortunately, us in this association, which is the oldest one in international trade in Mexico, we are 80 years old. Is the Asociación Nacional de Importadores y Exportadores de la República Mexicana, the Association for Importers and Exporters. We have 23 delegations, mainly in the areas with customs, in ports, in borders, and the main cities of our country. And what we see is the need. When I was fortunate enough to be its chair, the first thing that I checked was the policies. Which were the policies? Which were the certification organizations that would help accomplishing and fulfilling the Mexican policies? It turns out that former governments didn't have that sense of mandatory that they would be fulfilled. But until this government, they removed a procedure of a letter that would tell the importer, I am importing this product, and tomorrow I'm going to be certifying them, something they didn't do. And that's why a lot of products came in without fulfilling that policy. So the first thing we did in the association was to get more certification organizations that would solve the issue of the policies. So how to achieve to get more business from the world with companies from Mexico, and we started to work on international fairs. And now it's more complicated because budget wise Mexico does not have a federal organism for promoting it. It's done through the secretariats, the ministers that are trying to work together on this side, but it is not done as it was done before. So the private sector will try to do it. Some days ago, we're on a trade mission in Panama. A group of 25 business people doing business, collaborating, bringing investments into Mexico. Recently, in a fair in Miami last week, we brought buyers from Canada and the US for coffee producers in a universe of over 100 coffee producers in Veracruz. We connected them with buyers. So that's the great moment we're living through. We're very optimistic because we know that the logistics platform in Latin America, it's being created in our country. We're collaborating with the Mexican government and the states governments on the projects that are being done on the southeast. From our perspective, the most important one is the SIG, which is the interoceanic channel that is going to cross from Oaxaca to Veracruz, and around it there's going to be manufacturer, uh, fabric and industrial parks, 10 nodes, and we're collaborating from our delegation in Oaxaca and our delegation in Veracruz, and other projects such as those in the maritime paths, maritime roads. You have heard that it's very complicated what's going on in the terrestrial border where we perform most of the commerce with the US and well with all the trucks. It's a border where more trucks cross in the world, and there's a big saturation, and we're looking for new alternatives in for logistics towards Florida through the maritime paths and short distance ships, something that's been done well for some years now with roads from the southeast to Florida and from them to the east coast in North America, in ports that are not necessarily the biggest in the US, but small ports such as Panama City, the port in Miami, which is the fourth most important in the US. And there, the Mexican products go in, they go on a train from a Mexican company, and they reach the East Coast in New York. So I would like to congratulate you for these efforts. It is a big commitment to share knowledge and business opportunities know that in this association we're a channel for you to share information, but also to share business opportunities, which is what our countries want the most, to get more opportunities for business and economic growth. Again, I am very grateful to Moises and Mauricio for this great opportunity to be on this prestigious institution and to celebrate that all of you are here and the people that are following us all online, that they have the opportunity to be with us in this great country that is welcoming us so well. Thank you very much. And now we provide this reward from Contador Moises Solares to our dear doctor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. UC&CS America presents this reward to Dr. Jose Eduardo Tafana Castro for his valuable participation in the 24th Annual Worldwide Conference 2023. A round of applause, please, for our dear guest. Thank you, Don Gerardo. Picture, please. Very well, and with this successful inauguration, we're going to start with today's topic. And again, this day is dedicated to understand what's going on in the world. We suffered through a pandemic. Last year, we were talking about the big restart. And now, precisely by request of our next speaker, we name this annual meeting as What's Going On in the World in the Post Neoliberal Era. In a few words, just not to mention the whole title. And this implies that there's a new emerging international order. The chess pieces are rearranging. For this, we invited our next speaker, who is always helping us in allocating the topics for today for many years now, knowing the different speakers that talk about the different regions and economies and economic blocks in the world. So this topic that is the new international emerging order. So Judith is going to be presenting our speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Mauricio. Well, many of you already know him. Dr. Gustavo Vega Canovas is currently a professor on the Centro de Estudios Internacionales and coordinator of the Diploma of in Business Trade in Colegio de México. He is a member of the Sistema Internacional de Investigadores Nivel 3, Level 3 Research Center, and he's also participating in the USMCA. He also got his bachelor's in law by UNAM and his PhD in Yale University in political sciences. He has been a speaker and professor invited by different Northern American universities as well in Asia, and he's a specialist in matters of international trade. He's author, co-author, and coordinator of over 25 publications in the topic, especially in North America. And among his most recent books, we find the restructuring of North America through the free market through NAFTA to USMCA, and also the future. He was the General Secretary and Director of International Trade on University of Duke and Director of the Bachelor of Latin America Studies in the Yale University. Without further ado, it is a pleasure for me to welcome you and receive you, Dr. Gustavo Vega Canovas. Welcome. Can you hear me? A little while ago, I was in a conference and there was an issue with the microphone, but I think we're good with the sound. Well, I would like to start by thanking the UC&CS the invitation. As it was mentioned, it's not the first time I've been here before, and it's I'm very glad to be here with you. And basically, what I would like to give, I don't know if my presentation is going to be shared. Okay, as Marissa was saying, here is the goals. Basically, knowing that there's going to be other expositions after me and in the afternoon is to provide a general idea on the topics, the changes, the transformation that we are going through. Some call it a crisis in process, others call it the new era. I thought about telling Mauricio that without a doubt, there seems to be a consensus that we are in a post neoliberal era because clearly we are facing new characteristics in the management and governance that change the order that prevailed from the Second World War to recent history in a free market business system with an unilateral order. Now it is in a crisis derived from this important change that North American policy is going through in the US towards, traits like a GATT and sort of. So what I would like to do is to identify the main causes, to summarize them quickly, their challenges of the global economic crisis, to emphasize the emerging tendencies that are aiding growth and they will determine governance and the answers to these different paths that are happening in different states. So as I was in a summary, basically the fundamental changes that we're going through derive from the addition, the confluence of different causes. One of the most important ones that I think we know is the 9/11 terrorist attacks. They transformed from a safety and security perspective. They produced dramatic changes, the Iraq War, but at the international stage in economics, they also transformed the way in which we could trade, coming up with new rules for accessing the U.S. economics that were being imposed worldwide, and they even led to some authors calculate that with the new rules to access the U.S. borders, we had to, but basically there was an equivalent of tariffs. They had to come up with management for the borders and that are currently enforced, but it did transform the situation. That year in 2001, we also had access from China to the WTD, and they also that also played an important role on the global economy. In 2001 as well, there was from the WTD that there was going to be a new multilateral round that failed due to the interruption by groups that were showing disinterest and opposition to the commercial order at the time, and we were looking at an opposition to the opening of markets as it was being presented at that time. So these added to the global crisis from 2008 to 2009 generated a wave of nationalism that started in Europe, as you know. It was expressed especially in Europe with Brexit, then into strengthening that notion that that system was not part of not part wasn't part of the consensus of the international economies. Then we also had the US leaving the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which was very difficult to arrange. That agreement was going to impose new rules at international stage. which were going to help to answer needs that were happening at that time. But the new president of the US, when they came to power, they called it both the TTP and the NAFTA as the worst business agreements that the US had negotiated. And it showed a new vision that also led to the WTO crisis that since 1947, starting with GATT, and that it had freed the markets in the international stage through the rounds in Uruguay. There were different consensus, and it came into a crisis. And afterwards, pressing the WTO, it also came due to the rejection of the US for naming the members of the appeal organization, which I didn't agree on naming them. It's not that they couldn't operate, but right now that system is still going, which was the ideal system for international disputes. At the WTO, they created a system to help solve controversy based on rules and a rule of law that had a lot of consensus, but somehow the US decided, well, President Trump decided that it was no longer valid, and right now it's still under crisis. There are still some resurgences that the last ministry meeting they managed to get some agreements, but I think it is very difficult to get it to resurrect in the same way that it was working before. Besides this, we also have the trade war that became a technology war with economic competence, and it was basically a war for the economic hegemony in the international stage. So there's a rising power that somehow wants to play a role and transform the regime that was enforced and try to impose rules that would satisfy their interest, and there's a resistance from the descendant power.
That to some extent doesn't agree with this crisis, to this vision in power that opposes the new rules, that opposes this new power to impose rules and regulations that don't agree with their interest. The technological war has to do because the US considers that China acts according to rules that are against the liberal international regime or the regime in effect, and is not interesting. And this vision is shared by the US and other European countries, and that has generated a war that, as you know, was transformed into a technological war. And united to that, we have the pandemic, COVID, that has mentioned in previous sessions with all the impacts it had, and the eruptions of the global value chains, of the detention of strategic medical products and controls to exports. That said, many countries that say we need to modify the way we are acting in terms of the chains and ensuring value chains that are safe for some products that are of central exportation, such as the vaccines, such as medical instruments, that it was a crisis that we couldn't all receive them. And then it got to a point that countries said we must allow to forget about the protection, intellectual protection laws, and allow for access to the vaccines and products produced in the WHO. Others opposed. And this led to the idea of how do we do to ensure access to some strategic products, and this is what we're trying to ensure now. And besides that, if that were not all, to after transforming all the system, then we have the Ukrainian law, and this Ukrainian law is still in effect, as you know. And I would say that no question, within all the problems that the pandemic is not fully solved, but to some extent we're more or less recovering growth. We're more or less trying to have access to a large number, and a large number in Africa have needs of them. However, we are getting out of it, and the pandemic comes back, but we could still say that we're surpassing it. And then we have the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, and that has divided the world, has divided and has had important impacts from the political outlook. As you can see, it has generated a rejection of the countries, in particular European countries, and to the invasion, and has also generated what it was so called an alliance that was weakening NATO, US, and Europe. The war, what it did was accelerating the an alliance or a strengthening of the alliance, and at present, the US, no question, has committed itself. And the important question we have in the future, will we continue being the case if in the next elections Trump or former Trump recovers his presidency? We all know the answer. However, this is an important topic. And still, yesterday or the day before yesterday, as we know, there were results of the election of the Slovakian Republic. That was the first republic. That was the first one sending planes, large scope planes, and the most modern planes to Ukraine at the beginning of the war. And now, yesterday, they announced a winning candidate that is not going to send one, not even one, um, more weapon to Ukraine in its government. So that the funds that were dedicated to support Ukraine are going to be dedicated to solve their own internal problems. So the New York Times, Financial Times say that this generates a problem for the European Union because, to some extent, an important ally goes to the opposition in this case, and that generates a very severe problem. And what was also said by the new candidate was, we don't see any future, and part of the explanation has to do with the NATO, has to do with the pressure done to Russia. They changed sides to some extent. So these they joined Poland. So there was a problem of what could happen. And then, in my personal terms or opinion, it seems to be that this war doesn't, and everybody says so, it doesn't seem to have an end. But everything seems to indicate that the scenario that very likely is going to be imposed in the middle run is going to be a type war scenario like Korea, where there's a former president, or there's kind of an intermediate field, an intermediate territory where some bases are created so that they reach a series of peace accord. So they acknowledge some types of limits, some type of no frontiers. It looks difficult because Ukraine very clearly has said that they will not allow any loss of territory that was taken. Um, and it doesn't seem to be any other solution, in my opinion. However, from my economic outlook, it's created problems relative to scarcity of products, scarcity of key products. And here we can see some examples. They don't look good, but these are problem products of core importance, like fertilizers, where Ukraine as Russia are the first or second exporters, and they have caused them some of these prices to become more expensive. We had created this accord to market, but Russia withdrew from the agreement for Ukraine to export wheat, and they're looking for different formulas. They're looking for a transfer via they're using that the Ukrainians are using, and Russia is attacking them. They're trying to take exports through the Poland territory. Poland closed the border to Ukraine because they say that the products, when they come into Poland, are distributed in Poland cheaper, and they're affecting exporters. So there is a problem. And this problem is still a very severe problem in order to solve, because it really impacts costs, global costs of a series of products. And fortunately enough, and here I can give an example. Examples of alternative vendors for products. Fortunately enough, within the misfortune, if we could call it like that, there was no misfortune, but the backside of it is that there's a crisis. But within, when they say when there's a crisis, there's opportunities. So the opportunities are that there's other countries that to some extent can satisfy the demand. In this case, we can see, for example, good news for Latin America is that many of these products that are produced by Ukraine and Russia, we have also vendors. For example, in the case of wheat, we have the US and Canada, but we also have Argentina as an important vendor. In also sunflower, there's other producers, fertilizers. We have China and Canada, Morocco, Germany, or Saudi Arabia, palladium, South Africa, and for example, in Latin America has been replacing and has been replacing some of those products, and they've been countries like Argentina have been benefited, like Chile, Peru, Argentina are benefited. Mexico a little, as you can notice in this table, but there is a need to satisfy and an important impact that this war has, aside from the other geopolitical impacts, is the fact that it has created an economic fall that has caused international trade to stop. To stop. And in the period after the Second World War, one of the important elements is that trade was always going on an upward trend over the growth of the GDP. At present, this is not so. It's flat, as you can see, and it's something is happening that, to some extent, in order to recover the growth, we need to look for a way to replace and solve and create new solutions and sources and supply. In this case, I wanted to show you how in recent analysis we can see the prices of food products are on an upward trend, not so much as in the beginning of the pandemic, but here you can still see in the energy prices they're growing. And this also is a problem that we are going to have to deal with. The US, for example, is as the great producer of gas and oil and has been able to satisfy and supply gas to Europe from the product that Europe is not taking from Russia. So a transformation of the supply chain has transformed, and if this has an effect, it has an advantage. But how are we going to maintain this? We still have to wait. So another topic that generated all the crisis of the pandemic and all the Ukraine war was inflation. And it's dropped, yes, no question about it. But to some extent, inflation is still high. And this is, we are having great concern and looking for solutions because this inflation is the underlying inflation that still has dropped the general inflation, but is still on an upward trend, and there's prices in some important sectors that need to be attacked soon. Public debt. Public debt, in order to solve the serious problems generated by the pandemic. As you know, government started social support and expenditures, and not Mexico, because on the one hand, they were criticized, but on the other hand, at present, they say that Mexico is one of the less in that province with less indebtedness from the OECD group, because the Mexican government decided it was not going to use the expenses to attack this type of problems. But worldwide, you can see that inflation is high, prices of credits are high, of international credits, and as you can see here, that the growth is not reaching the expected levels, the levels we wanted to reach, and they seem to come, but that are still on a downward trend in the last few years. So as you know, China is going through a kind of weakening process, And if China weakens, it's going to jeopardize the world economy because there are some estimations being done and we're showing that it's important to recover. So here I mentioned the costs, and the costs on the short and middle run is how to recover the growth of the merchandise and markets that are on a downward trend. But the good news are that if these are on a downward trend, also, and here are on a downward trend because of several reasons. Because this lack of growth that I mentioned before, but also they have to do with a series of restrictions to trade that have been imposed by countries such as formulas in order to try to solve their trade balance. So the solution is we have to place restrictions there because one way or another we have to protect ourselves, and that to some extent is creating. And if you can see here, we see the number of state interventions that have affected trade have been growing worldwide. So controls to exports, anti-dumping measures, etc. So there is a situation that where we need to find formulas to surpass them, and of course the ways that are being implemented many times are one-sided measures on behalf of governments through the promotion exports through subsidies that could lead us to a problem, and I can see it later, but there's emerging trends that will determine governance at an international level. And one that is core and was mentioned in the previous session is the growth. They didn't say it, but they talked about the digital technology. So it's going to be the growth of the digital economy and e-commerce. E-commerce has accelerated enormously, and it is affecting and is being inserted in many sectors that were not the case. So here we have that, for example, in health, sanitation, techno health, we have all of these new services, all of these that could happen through the digital economy, through the e-commerce, and they are going to affect the way we will do business. And if the services are being imposed, such as the growth formula, and not so much like now than like in the past. So what we can see here is that the goods are being so they have some inputs and some activities in the firm. We combine them with the goods, and in many occasions a good has more services implied, the value implied are services, and this is what gives them this famous, like the economists say, the smile of the growth model. And because it is how we, in the preparation phase, you see the services, designs, and a series of things. You put it in a core role in order to add, and then we see the specific production where we concentrate the development countries, and in the later process of delivery and sales, etc., we have the services that prevail. So developed countries tend to concentrate in activities of greater strength, and then if we have to surpass this, and part if we want to surpass this, is we need to generate new policies that will allow greater innovation, that will allow us to introduce the economies of information, digital economy for the production of goods, and incentivize ourselves in the value chain where we have most of the value, because we shouldn't bet in favor of the production of manufactured goods. So, what are, I would say, what is the answer that the states are giving to these problems of lack of growth in trade, how to recover the greatest trade? And what we're seeing here that I was mentioning a second ago is that there's been a trend in order to create subsidy type of policies in order to support exports of the countries, involved countries. So here you can see that here we reveal why, and they explain part of the problematic of the war between the US and China. So for US, China uses an enormous amount of subsidies that distort the production of the product in a very important way, and they flood the world economy with aluminum, steel. Part of the tariffs that Trump imposed derives from this idea that we cannot allow for these subsidized goods that have been subsidized by China to come and capture our market. We cannot allow that. The formula adopted by Mr. Trump was increasing the tariffs, but now the states are trying to do, to some extent, is if you're going to provide subsidies, me too. So the problem with that is that at the end you give subsidies in an indiscriminate manner, and they violate all the rules. So if you, the International Trade Organization, had a full policy to use the subsidies in a disciplined manner, so they're using it in a non-loyal manner. This seems to be like crazy. All the countries are using them indiscriminately, and you can see it at all levels. You can see China apparently is the one that uses them with greater amplitude. The U.S. also. So here you can see Germany, France, etc. China, for example, 95 of its subsidies used are the result of support, financial support given to Chinese companies for the production, and we're using more subsidies for corporations that are given, for example, for the defense. And this is interesting because the U.S., for example, also to all of these percentage of distortions arrive for the production of subsidies. And an example is the growing chips, a law or bill or act that provides a large amount of dollars to create chips plants. Germany the same. They're using 395 billion are used for companies, and also Germany has a 30% of distortions that can be traced back to state loans, and they want also to create clean energy. So here we have a 30,000 subsidies and their impacts, and this is a way. So part of the debate is how are we going to, or what type of policies are we going to develop to regulate the use of subsidies, or to distort and not to bring any subsidy war that cannot be solved. So the countries that have less, our emerging countries can, they don't have the possibility of providing subsidies. So this could lead to problems in problems for growth. These are nationalistic type of things being adopted by countries. And another type of more positive environments are the regional cooperation agreements that have decided to take the states in order to look for formulas, allowing them to look for growth areas so that everybody in a joint way and in a cooperation way can grow. If there's no order, if we don't agree in a multilateral trade agreement, one way or another, we're going to look for formulas that are alternative and would lead us to a long-term growth. And as you can see, what has proliferated in the last few years are regional agreements and mega regional agreements. And I would like to make emphasis in this agreement are the mega regional ones. Maybe you've heard about them. If not, I'd like to speak about them in detail. Look how they've grown. All those lines are agreements amongst southern and northern countries, south-south, south-north, uh, Africa has been growing also. And the ones I'd like to underscore in these presentations are the bigger regional agreements. And as you know, The mega regional agreements are an answer to the World Trade Organization to start a WTO, and if it's necessary, with the creation of agreements that will cover part of the trade and investment, and they have standards that are met, that are avant-garde and that would adapt to the known technological changes. Like, for example, e-commerce is proliferating. The Telecan or the USMCA, part of the reasons that allowed it for the renewal to have a no agreement was USMCA. So the reason was that it did not include important topics within its structure. It didn't foresee e-commerce, so it needed a new chapter. And to some extent, it didn't foresee what can we do. We discovered that part the agreements of the trade agreement achievements were at an added manner, but in depth when we analyze them, medium and small companies were not benefited of these agreements, were not foreseen within the structure. They were aimed at the large companies. So we needed to have regulatory measures to allow to products to allow different products to flow amongst the different countries. So the mega regional agreements try to be an answer to create new standards and and to adapt to the new changes in technology. And another reason is that the the regionalism and regional agreements, multi-regional agreements, can have the possibility of establishing a greater liberalization of the market through the creation of important trade blocs. So this, if you cannot have one world organization, then it's difficult to find a way of putting ourselves and agreeing ourselves in a multilateral manner, and it could be through regional agreements. And the idea that the agreements are just things that are related to tariffs, they also include other things. So I'd like to start by mentioning the um, the TPAT, that is called the Trans-Pacific Association Agreement, that includes 11 countries: Peru, Chile, Mexico, Canada, Brunei, Malaysia, Australia, Singapore, New Zealand. And basically, TPAT is the same as the TPP. It has the same structure. Practically, it has the same chapters. It has the same norms, like China, but it has doesn't have the United States decided to get out of it. Why did the agreement stay? Because we believe that this was an agreement that had reached some consensus on some types of disciplines and norms around a series of topics that had to be included in the agreement. Topic as free trade agreement, like e-commerce, like regulatory matters, discipline and management of the subsidies of public companies. Another one was right systems for trade resolution disputes, rules of origin that will allow the integration amongst member countries of this agreement, amongst others. TPAD includes 30 chapters that, to one way or another, were maintained, and were maintained because Japan and other countries had a vision of saying, even if the US is not there, this is an effort in order to keep some openness according to some rules that we'll agree on. And we can even say that this is also so we do not stop and we do not, so we give a different answer to the Chinese model that had state capitalism, that has state participation, and that we failed to distort the markets for the free flow of products. And Japan led, and the other members accepted. And the advantage of TPAD is that we had So, what is the other reason that we had? The countries found out that there was a growing difference and dispute between China and in state capitalism. And so, as we said, according to market distortions, so uh, according to the center and the U.S. changed dramatically its position. So it has to do with protectionism. Uh, uh, so so this doesn't adjust to the models we wanted to impose, and we said that we maintained them. The great achievement was that the idea is that they were offering an alternative option to Chinese mercantilism and the U.S. protectionism, and this is the new countries can come in. It's designed like that so that new countries can come in. It's not a closed block; it's an open block, and in a way that in order for it to generate greater economic opportunities.
There's authors that calculate that if South Korea, Taiwan, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines would increase the trade to 49,000 for 20 to $449 billion for 2020, 2030. So based on this data, we would allow for income, and actually some countries have decided to request to be part of it. One of the first was the United Kingdom. As you know, they had left the European Union. They faced the need of looking into markets that they had lost and they needed to earn. So they've been signing treaties all over the world. There was a small territory in the Pacific, and as the owner of that territory, they said, "Hey, I'm part of the Pacific, so I would like to qualify for TIPAT." It was accepted. So what's the procedure? The country the request to be part of it, and the other countries have to accept it. If one rejects it, then it's not doable. It's part of the process. So the idea was presented, an assessment was made, a program is presented on how the country understands all the agreements and chapters that are involved, and they said, I think I qualify, I fulfill all the requirements to be part, and here are my policies that are enforced. And if not, then I propose that to reach these reduction goals or to adapt to a certain chapter, I am going to do the following economic reforms in a short term period. And what the countries do is they review the request. They may say yes, they fulfill the requirements, or we agree, and they make a task force to review it, and then they do the negotiation. So the United Kingdom presented their program. It was reviewed by a negotiation group, and after 6 months, they said, "We agree. Let's make business." And this negotiation was done, and they reached the conclusion that they were all correct. They did the reforms that had to be done, and in March of last year, the UK managed to be part of the pact. But at the same time, China, Taiwan, and Ecuador presented the request. So what the agreement with the UK, with the result of the negotiation, 99% of its negotiation of their exports are eligible to enter the pact, all the countries there, including exportations from the UK, such as cheese, vehicles, and above all services. In Great Britain, they are great producers and exporters of services. And so they managed to get access. And as the Prime Minister office said, they were going to allow for a increase of democracy for these British companies. So, for example, services represented 43% of the total commerce from the United Kingdom that may enter the TPAT members. So, here the big question in this session, I think it's important to mention why did China decide to to request it? As we mentioned, the TPP had been meant to create an alternative with regulatory business with certain rules that prevailed within the member states for free markets, opening, reciprocity, and without an excessive intervention from the state. So somehow, some authors say that it was created to keep China from progressing and getting hegemony in Asia. Part of it may be right, but also, and it cannot be denied, is that there was an access clause. So if you want to be part of TIPAT, you have to accept the rules within TIPAT. I'm not closing the doors to you, but you would have to make reforms for your economy or your policies to adapt to the rules in TIPAT. So one of the questions for authors was like, if China agrees, then that's the idea, that there's a new order based on certain rules where there's consensus, and if China accepts them, then let them in. So they assumed that China would not want to, but China in the end said yes, I'm in. And that was a good idea because something that has to be said is that in Asia, for the longest time, they have been thinking about having a free trade Pacific agreement, and different groups have been created. The Asian, which is Association of South Pacific Countries, which was created to make a free trade agreement in the Pacific that all countries would come together and have access to each other with free markets. So TIPAT is a model, or well, I'm going to be talking about the RECE, the integral alliance in which they participate. Well, it's a great aspiration. APEC also was made up to create a forum for the possibility of creating an area for free trade. And so that's for different. Antipat is one of them. So why did China decide to enter? So there's two possible explanations. It can say I am ready to enter and I'm willing to accept the rules of the path. That's one possibility, which would be a wonderful news because then two of the main agreements that include a big number of countries would be connected. The other one is that China assumes that they are the main trade partner of a vast amount of the countries in Tibet, and they calculate that they will not deny them access, and that they may accept exceptions or periods in which they can transform their economy in a reasonable time frame, which would be national agreement. But what is also explained is that there's a number of countries in Tibet that are in which China is the main trade partner. So you're not going to tell your main trade partner that you cannot enter in the agreement because hey, I am giving you access to my market. We're partners, so why wouldn't you let me in, right? So, in few words, because of time constraints, how in the explanation why China decided to accept, even though there are certain problems that China has with the TIPAD countries such as Australia and Japan that have led to difficult conflicts in which China has applied economic sanctions to Australia for criticizing them for the policies against the Uyghur, or well, China is going to say they're not going to deny the access to me, and I'm going to be able to have a process of reform that I may handle at the time. But there's possibility Mexico and Canada. There's an article in the USMCA if they want a free trade agreement with another country, then the other countries can make the agreement and say, hey, we don't agree with this, and they can go get out. So some authors say that Mexico and Canada are going to oppose this, but in the graph you were going to see it probably. I don't think that the US would get out of the USMCA because Mexico were part or let China to enter the path. That's my opinion. Maybe in the private sector, in private sector, they may be able to tell me that they may be the biggest opposers that the China came in. There's this part of competition with that country with state intervention and industrial competition, and it would be consistent with the agreements that we have. But from my perspective, and I have to be quick about it, I don't know what's going to be the stance of Mexico and Canada, but I don't think they would necessarily reject the China joining them, and I don't think the US would leave the USMCA because of this. But maybe some people over here may think otherwise. Then we have the RCEP. It's an agreement that, due to TIPAT, was negotiated a few years later to present an alternative to TIPAT, because in the end, in TIPAT, China had not been invited. So this agreement was created, and this is an agreement in which the authors that have seen it is the biggest worldwide, and it includes 10 countries, which is the ASEAN, this association, and then China, Korea, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand is the biggest one worldwide, and they have 30% of the global GDP and 50% of the world's population. It would reduce 92% of customs tariffs. They have 20 years to do it, but somehow they're going to be eliminated. And there's a system of origin rules that may create chain values that are flexible within the countries of the region. What the analysts predict is that it's going to facilitate the chain values within these countries in the near future, because they are very flexible. And what studies are saying is that the economic benefits, even though at the long term may benefit all, at the short term benefits will come in favor of China, Japan, and Korea, because these are the countries that did not have free trade agreements between among themselves. So, with this elimination of tariffs, that they're going to see a lot of benefits. So this is RCEP. And why did China create it? Because they wanted to show that there's a new openness policy. They want to integrate the Pacific region. It's an ambition of having a broad agreement that generates economic growth, not only in the Pacific, but also, in the Silk Road. They're trying to create networks for trade at that time, including Europe or even Latin America. So, in other words, it's an alternative. What I would say is that with the recipe, the RECEP, China did manage to get a set of policies. They accepted most of the proposals of the other countries with these long terms, but they did not let their own policies to be negotiated, for example, regarding subsidies or state policies that are enforced, which antagonize whatever the path proposes. So that's a spoiler, right? Because it's an option that is covered. Well, I have 3 minutes left, so I know my colleague Marcela currently that has arrived. She's going to be talking about the Indo-Pacific topic, so I'm going to let her cover it. I would just, because she's going to put it from China's perspective, I would mention it from the US perspective. So I have a couple of minutes. So the creation of the IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Frame, is a proposal from the US that derives from the fact that, in political terms, there's an internal division around the idea of keep making agreements, making free trade agreements. When I say post neoliberal, maybe I was talking about especially of the US. For them, opening the free market is what they're doing is to benefit transnational companies, and they haven't benefited the middle class or workers. So we need a new kind of agreement. So IPEF is a proposal so that cooperation amongst the member states can be created. And this cooperation would be based on four pillars, which would be trade in the area of supply chains, on clean economy, and just economy. The idea is that these four pillars, these countries come together. They have had different meetings throughout 22 and 2023. They have come to certain agreements, and the main goal is not so much eliminating tariffs, but looking for formulas that the strategic chain values of chain values can have these specific strategies of cooperation. And what we wanted to do is achieve an energy transition towards clean energies, and we want to create agreements that would let us tackle the climate change issue. So it is a formula, a policy to tackle different issues from an economic perspective in which there's cooperation amongst the countries. But there's no there's no trade liberation agreement because the act that gave the US trade authority, they let it they let that because Biden didn't think that it was going to be accepted in Congress, and he said, "What I need is to tackle the issue of global chain values." So, for example, a very important agreement that was made on the issue of inflation that provides of the double on inflation that gives subsidies to people that buy electrical vehicles. They have a subsidy of $3,700. If you create a value in a market in the region, and you use batteries that use materials processed by a friendly country that had a free trade agreement signed. That's what the law says. So the problem came when Europe and Korea said, hey, with that law, you are discriminating, you are giving your producers subsidies, you are criticizing China, but you are doing the exact same thing. So what happened? Where your partners, and what you are doing is that the foreign investment that is looking for where to invest for producing electrical vehicles, that they're going to do with you because they're going to have a special subsidy, and I'm not going to be able to provide it. So the US, what they said was, say, I'm going to make an agreement with you, Japan, with you, Korea, and they are making another one with the European Union to say, hey, I'm going to give you access, and I'm going to let you to give you access to the subsidy in the production of EVs, as long as you commit to not impose controls to exportation of strategic products, that you don't negotiate or buy products from my main rival. So it's a policy that says if you want to have access, then we need to have a block in which we are integrated or based on these new agreements that, by the way, are executive agreements in which the Congress of the US did not participate. The US Congress is criticizing them a lot. However, they're being done and they're making progress. They recently made an agreement to strengthen the strategic chain values with a whole set of values and cooperation between the countries that are going to provide strategic chain values. There's a big debate if whether this is going to work or not because they don't follow the traditional model. They don't include mechanisms for the resolution of controversies. There's no norm, no procedure that says, "Hey, you breach this, so we're going to be buying any other thing." There's no such thing. It's a different model. So the big question is whether this is going to work or not. The US says that it will because what they are doing is ensuring in parallel security agreements, support for Asian countries, and that they are also interested in getting to keep on growing. So they see it as an alternative, and they believe that these agreements may be linked to TPAT afterwards. The agreements that are in TPAT may expand with new policies that are going to be created in this IPEF. So they're going to try to put it together. So it's a new formula. They call it a new trade policy paradigm. It's not very clear where it's going to lead. So what I can tell you is, as an academic of the U.S. trade policies, it would seem that is not likely, and my prediction would be that it may not work because they don't have the support of the Congress, and usually in the trade policies in the U.S., they always, according to their constitution, they require the support and authorization of Congress. So what Biden is doing is saying the Congress has no need to participate, so these are executive agreements. It's a little bit like Mexico. The president decides, and that's that. We're going to be doing this way, and it sounds ugly, but it's a nationalist policy, which is probably going to be reformed in the next administration. But so far they are doing it, and they've been signing, and this agreement with Japan was signed. They're going to give the agreement to Japan. There was another one with Korea, and there's going to be one with the European. So this is friendshoring. So this is our agreements amongst friends. Claudia is going to be talking to us about nearshoring. So this is called friendshoring. So these are different agreements to traditional free trade agreements. So we're out of time. I'm so sorry, but I'm at your service. Thank you very much. Well, we know beforehand that there's doubts. There's a lot of interest in this topic, and we ask that all of you that have doubts to write them down. We're going to be providing them to the doctor so that he can answer them, and we're going to be providing the answers through the channels that you already know. So I would like accountant Eleonora that she's going to be presenting this reward. She's a new participant of our firm. She's coming from Tabasco. So a round of applause, please. Have we got a microphone for her? Okay, thank you, everyone. So, dear doctor, admired doctor, you have all my respect on your presentation. I'm very honored on presenting this document to you that holds all our recognition for this excellent presentation. So let's read it. UC&CS America provides the following reward to Dr. Gustavo Recanovas for their valuable participation as speaker on the 24th Annual Worldwide Conference 2020-23. Signed by our great leader, accountant Mauricio Mubarak Gonzalez. in Mexico City. Date October the 2nd, 2023. Please receive these congratulations from everyone that were able to hear your brilliant presentation. And the picture for, I don't know if it's ready. Thank you very much, Doctor. So Mauricio, what's next? Talk to us. Alright, so let's move on. Here we are facing the camera. So, as Gustavo was mentioning, a dear friend for many years from Colegio de Mexico. Now, we've been talking about this word nearshoring, reshoring, friendshoring, many others. So, due to that, we got on the task of looking, and we didn't have to look for. Thank you, Dr. Connolly, that may talk to us about this topic and that has the knowledge and the experience. So our next topic is the strategic vision, the long-term strategic vision of nearshoring. So what is nearshoring, where it comes from, what's its impact on international trade and competitiveness, and how can countries profit from the new tendencies on the post-pandemic world. So we're very glad on presenting our speaker. Okay, so a brief presentation of our next speaker. She is the chair of Atención Aduanera y Asuntos Internacionales of the National Agency of Customs in Mexico, ANAP. She was a consultant on the offices of taxes for over 16 years. She was also head of the Asociación Mexicana de Parques Industriales Privados, AMPIP, for industrial parks. In 2020, she was part of the list of 100 most powerful women in Mexico by the magazine Expansión in Mexico. She was also working with the government in Hidalgo and a consultant from Mexico in Stockholm, Switzerland, and Sweden, and Toronto, Canada, participating in the promotion of the USMCA, and sorry, in NAFTA, which today is USMCA. She's a speaker on topics related to economic development, foreign investment, and global competitiveness. She studied at UNAM, and she has a master's degree in business management by the University of Toronto. She also has a PhD on strategic management by the University Anáhuac of Mexico City. And if that wasn't enough, she speaks 4 languages. It is an honor to me to present you Dr. Claudia Elena Avila Connelly. A round of applause, please, and welcome. Thank you. All right.
Such a pleasure to be with you, sharing a version that is more historical and more economical about nearshoring, a word that's buzzing, that's in fashion, and that we not always understand it. And then, so I'm going to tell you a narrative of something that I've been working on for the in an economic matter, and so I hope it's of great value. So I invite you to see this phenomena of the nearshoring as of 3 key words. And The first word is system. System, as you know, is means uh, it's a whole that's integrated by the parts. So we have to understand the nearshoring under the framework of a system. In this case, the world system, the world. Then we have the word configuration. This word configuration has to do with how do we organize the parts and the name of the game, how the system progresses, how it's working. And the third one is structure and the way the parts are organized, the way under the nearshoring, how the players are organized. So I invite you throughout the conference to start thinking in these three words because we will be identifying them in each of the steps. Good. So, first of all, let's not forget the world of the 80s and the 90s. Many of you lived it, and the topic of the bipolar world, the Berlin Wall falls, the Reagan Thatcher alliance to get rid of the communism, and you recall the external debt in Latin America, and many of you uh, leave the three-digit inflation. Prices were changing throughout the day, and the incipient technology that we started migrating from the typewriters to computers, from the first mobile phones that were like bricks, right? They were huge because not everybody had access to them. And what happened then? Then the new millennia, then everything changed. Everything changed, and we have here the immediateness of the new consumption patterns that I so call the click click when we do an online to the tuk tuk when it comes home. The click of getting something and tuk tuk when you arrive it, you're expecting it in 24 hours. But what about the last mile, logistics, warehouses, inputs for all of these to happen, social networks, and this is so day to day. But they made an evolution of the world. So we talk about the climate change. We can talk about the 2030 agenda, and they were not at the beginning, and so then the conflicts, and then we see the Russia between Russia and Ukraine that impacts energy and food and geopolitics. What happened? So the world transformed, and I think that one of the factors that led us to this transformation, so the supply chain, uh, um, this internet revolution, how do we manage information? So the files, the printed files, then that we had offices full of no like bookshelves, and now with the 4.0 evolution that we talk about robots, everything changes, every day artificial intelligence, the big data. How we process information. We had structured data before, we had numbers and letters, and today we process images. We process many things in an unstructured way. They give us this famous algorithm allowing us to make decisions that are different decisions from what we had before. And then how do we have the information? Before we had a printed newspaper. It took us time to read the news today, and so and all of these is part of the transformation. And then the time that it took us for the TV, the black and white TV, and the color TV, it took 20 years. How technology was going slower from the iPad And do you remember this small team? We had 10,000 songs that it took us 6 years. And then technology is going faster. And then how do we communicate? And how the expression that youngsters use, they don't know what a phone booth is. We put a coin, if it doesn't fall, we hit it because the call wouldn't come in. Today, they don't even know a normal phone. And so we see it at the end of the world, like the telescreens, like in any electronic device. And it's so common to have this video conference. I put this in my presentation, and because we see it by default, this is part of our day to day life. And because behind this, there's a lot of people, a lot of inventors and plans and logistics and coordination amongst many players that make this possible. And this has to do with nearshoring. And what happened? What took place in this radical change that I believe we are a very fortunate generation to have experienced these changes, because the new generations nowadays, the screen generations, are used to just swiping the finger, changing the screen. They did not leave the phone. They did not leave what it meant walking with a phone cable, negotiating an agreement or something. And today this is different. So, what happened within this context that I'm telling you, configuration, systems, and everything? So, first of all, this is a PDF because why my presentation is interactive? Because it's a PDF. Okay, I understand. So first, the world globalization at the beginning of the 90s, that where recall that we had like a electronic appliance that said made in the US, made in Japan, and suddenly the world changed. Suddenly, global companies started to grow. They started opening up the markets. We started having more competition and the pressure that led companies, global companies, to fragment their production in different countries, looking for lower costs. And this led us to the change of made in the country to made in the world. And today, any product that you see around you is very difficult to have been produced in one country. And this is an example of planes, for example, that have a lot of parts produced in different countries. iPhones too, and like in Mexico, I don't know if you can remove these so you can see it well. Maybe with an escape you can remove that because we cannot see, so the audience can see it. Let's remove that pop-up because I can't see either. There's a pop-up, and if you can remove it, I think they pass it on to PDF. I gave you a PowerPoint. No matter, it doesn't matter. It's interactive. It's okay. This was part of the experience for you to start guessing. But okay, let's go on. So while the world changes in this globalization, where we see this fragmentation of the production in different countries looking for lower costs, here in Mexico, we experience this structural change where, if you recall, in 86, we got into into FAT, the World Health, Trade Organization. We had a change of the economy of a totally closed market to an open market where we today didn't find. And then, um, uh, so like the independence of of the central bank, the situations of exchange rate, the alignment of the country to the macroeconomic indicators of North America, and the 3 digit, and so to have a mortgage and interest rates, and so we have the certainty, and then this is a protagonist, and then we'll do a direct investment. So we have more free trade agreements. At the beginning of the millennium, the world opened up. At the beginning of the century, markets became more affordable, and so we saw most of the international trade. We saw each other. This is seen, but from then, 80% of world trade was focused or was participating in these supply chains from then. So here we're fragmented, and so there is where we see this foreign direct investment, and and then you see this peak at the beginning of the 90s, where we can see an increase in foreign direct investment that is exactly from these companies that we call so-called international, multinational. Today we call them global companies that start to produce in different parts of the world. And here, conceptually speaking, there's a big difference when we talk about international companies that we gave an ideological connotation and a multinational connotation in a more universal manner. So these large companies, and I say global companies, are the ones that do business outside their borders. A global company can even be an SME, small and medium-sized enterprise that is offering businesses on how to manage networks in a small company in Mexico or France. So this global part doesn't have to do with the sector or the size of the company, but with the capability of outside the borders. And it is when we start seeing that the world was flat. Remember this famous book where that taught us of Thomas Friedman that the world is flat. We can fight and we can contest with the same under the same conditions. And this is a graph where we can see uh, accurately with which countries Mexico opened up or signed free trade agreements at a bilateral manner or multilateral manner, and how in this graph we can see the percentage of trade openness of the Mexican market. And this is where I was going to need the intervention because it's in PDF. Can we have the PowerPoint presentation? Because if not, you're not going to see the show. Well, okay, I understand. From a maquila country, we're not going to be able to do so. There's pictures that start changing, and one is on top of the other. And uh, so let me tell you, if we can. And then I'd like to apologize because here in this slide, I like it very much. Maybe you will see it in a more interactive manner. This is a snapshot of a maquila in the northern part of the country. That the maquila is was born in Mexico, and as a result of the Bracero program. So when we had companies outside, and there's a scarcity of jobs. And we ask Mexico, in quotes, to their they go to the plants, and when the war is over, the partners go to the plants, and then Mexico asks these workers to come back to Mexico. So they generated a problem of unemployment in the border. So this is a public policy of immediateness to create jobs, and then the Mexican government started doing these EMEX that up to date exist. This Maquila program where we had this temporary free of tax agreements to re-export and export. So here we had the maquila with very little added value. And here in this slide, when I started clicking that picture that shows there, we can see the map coming out of the automotive industry in Mexico. So let me tell you, because everything is possible. So if things get very complicated, I'll tell you along the way. Okay, so behind this picture, there is a map of the automotive industry in Mexico. Here we have more than 20 armoring companies. And so here we have the auto parts, and also has allowed us to be able to have a space industry that is a protagonist in the World Cup. We are the first country that manufactures buses and also medical devices. And this has been thanks to Mexico's capability or of going at par with world trends. And within this reconfiguration that I spoke to you at, remember these first three icons: systems, configuration, players in the market, no players in the market. So, which are the no players in the market? We didn't talk about a bipolar world, we're talking about a multipolar world. And there it is. Let's go on. Don't worry, because I will tell you the interaction while I keep on talking. There's experts that talk about this theory of the three great plants, or the three great Sharon O'Neill. I don't know if you've read the book, The Myth of Globalization, the Globalization Myth. Sharon K. O'Neill said there was a regionalization of production, never globalization, and that in these decades, when the millennium changes, with the new technologies change, what we saw at the beginning, she said that they started reconfiguring these important plants. First of all, in Asia, China as an anchor country with several other countries add to the regional chain, the supply chain. Secondly, North America with the United States as a anarcho country and Mexico insert in this important North American factory, and Europe, and that generates the supply chain at a regional level. And then we have the study through CEPAL then talks about the case of Mexico as how from the free trade agreement of North America, NAFTA, as the MEC was now, or like MC as these USMCA. So it started being part of the fabric of North America. And so here I talk about it. So here we were going to talk about China, and here I appointed in my presentation as a determining factor to understand this dynamic of the important North American factory. China has been working with this famous Plan 2025 to be able to be self-sufficient with this made in China, to be able to produce practically all of the supply chain, from basic inputs, from intermediate goods, from final goods, not only of industries, but also of a great added value to be independent or self-sufficient. And we talk about lithium as a strategic mineral in semiconductors of chips. We saw the scarcity of lithium because of the pandemic. China has been buying mines or concessions since much before the pandemic in places that we didn't think of, like New Caledonia, a kind of a neighborhood of France, also in China, also in Argentina, also to have control of these strategic goods of nowadays. As you know, lithium is used for semiconductors, for chips, anything that has a screen, a refrigerator, a smart refrigerator. Even today, refrigerators dance and sing. So we have these devices and we have watches, everything that has a screen. Even at the military level, everything has semiconductors, and from there, the importance of lithium. So those that have lithium are out of the game. And China knows that. And these are the sectors where China has been working on strategically to progress nationwide. And as you can see, the strategic sectors have to do with food, with logistics, with communications and energy. So all these makes us think that other powers like the US generates vulnerabilities in other powers, and we can see it. So how come, since before the administration of President, what's his name? No, the trade war between Mexico, President Trump. I kind of have mental blocks with this guy. So trade wars that were generated by Trump were not as of his administration. We have registered deficit with China, and for some years that generated vulnerability. And she say they're asking 2 minutes to change the slide, to change the slides because 2 minutes is too much. Don't worry, I'll go on. Don't worry anymore. And I'd like to apologize. We should have foreseen this before. I assumed it was going to be in PowerPoint, so to respect our peers that are watching us online. So I was telling you of the trade deficits, and as you know, from the 90s, we've recorded in the US. And today, 17%, practically 70% of North American exports come from China. So what happens? The US in particular depends of Chinese exports in 70% of what China depends from the US. So this is 6.6%. So China has a more diversified trade, making it less vulnerable. And here we have to see it from the geopolitical standpoint. What happens if China decides not to give Mexico or the U.S. certain input? So here we have the national security related topic and the trade war of 2018. And here we can also see this part where Mexico, like it or not, were integrated to the US strategy. This book of the chip war tells us very clearly how the US is looking to reduce this dependency from the supply of other countries in order to have the certainty that strategic industries and basic industries are able to continue under that control and not depend on other countries. And Gustavo spoke to us about the the Chip Act, or the Act of Chips, or the infrastructure that the U.S. is asking for. This is an important resource to strengthen highways and transportation and on these strategic places, and that the law against inflation that is going towards promoting and the clean energy and the electromobility, that they also see it as a strategic topic, and it's the Chip and Science Act. So here we talk about more than 1,000, no, a 100 billion US dollars, no, as we say it in Mexico, it's 1 billion US dollars. In the US is betting to reduce this vulnerability. I was fortunate enough to be in the high level economic dialogue where we had trade partners from the US and Mexico. And in this table, I was listening to the fact that between the US and Mexico, they highlighted this effort being done by the US government to attract companies of chips, where in the regional map, they're considering Mexico in the part of test assembly and packaging. That's good, of course, for Mexico. What would be ideal is participating in research and development to generate better jobs, better added value. But the US knows that Mexico is strategic, and even if it's asymmetric, it is an interdependency where both countries need one another. But only the presence of China is important, and it concerns in the US and China. And here we can see this graph that as of the millennium, we can see how imports of Chinese products towards the Mexican market have been increasing. But here, what is curious and where we should have our radar open is more of these imports are of intermediate goods. If China, for example, decides not to provide Mexico with these intermediate goods, we could also have problems in our industry. From there, that our government is also trying to promote SMEs or small, medium-sized companies to insert in the value chain to have less dependencies of these imported products. And you can see an important part, here you see it. Part of the inputs are for goods and services, and the graph, here it is. I'm going to show you what do we buy from China. Mainly, we buy electronic devices, we buy everything for the computers, chips. 38%, let's say 76% of imports coming from China to Mexico are intermediate goods. And we see electronic circuits, parts for vehicle spare parts, important products that, of course, are basic for manufacturing business. And on the other hand, as an important factor, you can see it in the first conference, they were saying why Mexico is not integrated to BRIC. This is another phenomenon that we have to keep in our radar because it's going to have an influence in the system. We not only talk about the US, China, or the three large plans, but we're talking about this group that's also doing an effort. And we had thought that BRICS were quite passive, that they were going to disappear, or we see this BRICS reloaded. So there's a new, and also where other countries such as South Africa, and Argentina want to be integrated. They don't want to be out of this protagonism of the three large plants. And Mexico, many times they see us as one foot in Latin America, another foot in North America. That's a great advantage that Mexico has. Mexico is so versatile to be such a protagonist country worldwide. And again, now we're going to see this new reconfiguration. What is taking place with these new players in the market, in the world? First of all, the risk factor, because before we spoke about the cost factor, we talked about the input availability, raw materials, but the risk factor nowadays is very important in the decision of global companies and government. And the pandemic didn't generate the risk. The pandemic, what it did was made evidence of the risks that were starting to arise because global companies saw that the fragmentation of production worldwide was beneficial for costs or due to the costs. And now we see that the long uh, distance production also generates these risks of interruption that not are only due to the pandemic because of some organisms, multilateral organisms like the Internal American Development Bank, these risks. And so this happens, and because of natural disasters, and because it was a that generated a tsunami, and that made companies that many of the other parts companies that supply to Mexico had to reinstall again in Mexico to prevent the types of risks. Also, trade wars, and also the pandemic that was a determining factor that showed this risk of owing these on a long term. And we also see here topics related to the invasion of Russia to Ukraine that puts at risk the nutrition worldwide and the energy, as Europe said, that is facing this adversity and like natural. Uh, so, uh, so this is uh, in the central part. So these are the topics that we have organized crime that is very well organized. And here we can see that we as a government, we have to be very, very much in this race. So in the topic of drugs, for example, we have tons of marijuana or cannabis that took a lot of volume and that was easier, less complicated to identify it. Coke in large volumes, but nowadays a kilo of fentanyl can go in your pocket and can be processed to do tons and tons of pills. So this is a great challenge. These new risks that as academicians, citizens, government, and entrepreneurs are facing, and how can we mitigate them? And this is a factor we have to take into account. So the new name of the game or the new rule is a risk factor. It's not replacing others, but it's replacing the costs, the connectivity, and all of these competitiveness factors that we know. But today, the risk factor has taken a determining role. So before we spoke about zero inventories to save costs in warehouses, and today companies say, no, I need to have again my warehouses full, and there's winners and losers. And one of the great winners are industrial parks, the sectors of real estate that with this high demand of warehouses and new factories to have the supply close.
And then, if you remember this made in the world, and we were talking about this plane from parts from all countries. Now we go back to made at home to mitigate these risks. And again, cheap workforce and costs, because there's always been this fight for utility margins in companies. But now we're also talking about risks and sustainability. At government level, we talk about the 2020, the 2030 agenda, the SDGs, but at company level, in market topic, we talk about the climate change, the government, the ESGs, the environment, social, and governments, the ESGs, where companies are forced to have actions that provide evidence that they are doing something for the integrity of their administrations, on the social impact aspect, on environmental protection. And the issue here is that let's not do it because I have to, because the market is requesting, because if they're not going to be having a good score in the stock market, but also because of conviction, because we are all concerned on mitigating climate change, which is a reality. On, for example, the people in the country that they don't know where when there's going to be a drought or rain, and that's a reality. So let's resume with all the context, and here's the interaction so that you don't wouldn't ad- advance. So sometimes if we have the slides filled with text, then we can share the presentation afterwards so that we can go little by little and process it in our minds. First of all, offshoring. Offshoring came from the origin country, not only the US and other countries in Europe, in Asia, from having my production in the country, in my country, I go outside my borders to get better costs. This is what's called offshoring. This is when direct investment is increasing from my country outwards. But then when costs start increasing, especially in China, you remember that inflation started to go up and salaries. At the end of the first decade of the millennium, 2010, 2015, the US started to invite their companies to come back from China to the US with certain incentives. That's where when we were talking about reshoring. When I was in the Mexican Association of Industrial Parks, we made a whole story of the implications of reshoring, the opportunities for Mexico. It is not a new phenomenon. But then we have the risk factor. It's not just going back to my origin country due to costs, but also because the chains were closed, because my provider had to close because of the pandemic or a tsunami. And now I don't want to face those risks. So I'm willing as a company to pay a little more, because in the end, the risk may be more expensive than the workforce. So that's when we're talking about nearshoring, which is having my supplier near the manufacturers to mitigate risks. Nearshoring Mexico is a champion, but it happens everywhere. There's companies, for example, there was an Intel company, an Intel producer that was going to Germany, and all the other assurance. It doesn't have to do just with the supply risk, but also geopolitical. For example, friendshoring, which is I try to get supply for or supply friend countries or allies. The ally shoring, as expert says, and those of us who promote Mexico, we're very fortunate because Mexico is good with all the shoring. So now we're talking about Mex shoring. So why is it Mexico so good with all the shorings? Let me explain. Well, this is a cartoon that I like because here's the class end. Let's bring everything back to why is Mexico good with all the shorings? What's special about Mexico? I think Mexico is a competitive country, but also resilient because we have always come on top of crisis. Who who lived it in 1980s and inflation, the three-digit inflation, the big devaluations, and suddenly from our oil country we are a manufacturer country. So what happens in Mexico? How can we profit as a country this new phenomenon that many say is a paradigm change, an era, a change of an era, whatever you want? The country is changing faster with technology. I was talking about the iPod to iPhone. There was a 6 year change, but now from one iPhone to another, technology improves very quickly in the OS and so on. So how can we profit from this as a country? First of all, we must be aware. It is true we cannot evade the pending issues in the national agenda, corruption, whatever. We've been leading with all. We've been dealing with all these issues in Mexico, in Latin America, and the world. Extreme poverty, the organized crime, as I mentioned before. Yes, we cannot deny it, but as a Mexican character says, someone explained to me, even though we have these pending issues that as government, as companies, as consultants, we must all contribute to a solution. So why do we see all these announcements of investments in the news? Google new investment in Mexico, and very often we see this news. So why? What happens in Mexico? So let's go again to details. I think, and well, maybe some won't agree with me. The NAFTA, beyond being more dependent on the US or wanting this, we have great engineers with worldwide recognition. The free trade agreement gave us the opportunity to turn around from an oil country with all the vulnerabilities of the prices of the raw materials, the feedstock. You remember in the 70s when OPEC had this oil embargo and they reduced costs. So to stop depending on the prices of the inputs, the commodities, we turned around. Now we are a country that manufactures with high added value. I remember this time I was at an auto manufacturer. They said we have an issue of staff rotation, and they started laughing and I asked why, and they said the issue is that Mexican engineers are taken by our sibling companies to other countries. Well, that's one of the best problems. Yeah, Mexican engineers are very well trained. They learn very quickly. They are very resilient. They adapt to new lines of production. So that's great. So instead of talking about what's bad about Mexico, we should emphasize what's good. We can assemble a plane We are leaders in medical devices. When I go to a lab and they're doing x-rays and I see the brand, I say, hey, that's probably made in Mexicali, because the cluster of medical devices in Mexicali is linked to the one in San Diego, where there's the big research and development centers with big aerospace brands. And we're going to be assembling the plane in Mexico soon, so that's something to be proud about. And these are the traditional advantage beyond the traditional, more conventional in Mexico, which you probably already know. Of course, the geographic location with the US allows us to have access to this market. In a study that I made with the ID triggers, the resolution is that practically 80% of the decision to reallocating a company in another country is the size of the market. So Mexico per se has a very attractive market, regardless of the access to other markets that allow for free trade agreements, especially the one with Canada and the US. And a very well trained workforce, versatile macroeconomic stability, which we may not consider as important, but the fact that we have macroeconomic indicators aligned to Canada and the US, one digit inflation, one digit interest rates, a stable exchange rate, it has allowed us, not only companies to plan long term, but also investment funds. We have injected capital so that companies may may do their production. A lot of the proliferation of industrial parks in Mexico has been thanks to participation of investment funds that have been in Mexico due to that macroeconomic stability that allows them to plan far ahead. The financing, which before was complicated due to that uncertainty, now we see the Bank of Development, Bancomex, to loan to 5 or 10 years, which where before it was just 1 year due to uncertainty. The programs of economic fostering IMEX, for example, where they provide a permit to the company, and it's the only case in Mexico where, because in the rest of the world they are with these areas in which the companies operate in a polygon with certain restrictions, but here in Mexico, IMEX is all around the country. And we normally don't see it as such, but all the aerospace industry in Mexico, it's under the regime of IMEX. So it's a very big incentive that has characterized Mexico for years. And then the industrial infrastructure, we have a network of suppliers that are very important that distribute from Mexico to the US and to Windsor, Ontario. And then the industrial infrastructure, what that even though industrial parks are not free zones, like for example with tariffs or customs, they have all the infrastructure because the developer did all the task. Instead of having the company come in and and construct and build the plant and get all the permits for connectivity, natural gas, electricity, etc., the developer already did it, and at a world-class level, because the demand of those transnational companies require world-class parks with infrastructure standards, following permits, sustainability topics, security standards, and all this makes companies to decide to come to Mexico. Connectivity, all the ports that we have, all the border we have with the US, where there's more than 20 crosspaths with Guatemala and Belize, the world-class ports, they make Mexico attractive due to that connectivity and logistic easiness. And if we compare ourselves to China, then the time that it takes to bring something from China, considering the risks, the cost, the time, instead of being here 4 hours away by plane from the US. And this places us as a main character country that receives foreign investments. And I allowed myself to put two sources. And it's not me, it's the United Nations, the UNCTAD, and and the WTO. That Mexico is one of the biggest receptors of direct investment, and it's not just perception; it's by flow. This is fact. And here we have something that I really like showing. The green part of the graph is new projects, what in English is called greenfield. These real projects where they build the, the factories, they generate jobs, and look at the growth in the green side. And this is what I call nearshoring. Gray are reinvestments. Means that companies, both national and foreign, that are already here are betting on Mexico. And then we have accounts amongst companies, which is blue. But what happens? I think the key fact here in nearshoring is not just direct foreign investment, which of course is beneficial to to the country because it generates jobs, but the IED is the red line, and on average we have had around $30 billion, which according to experts is going to be much more this year because uh, half of the year we're already looking at those numbers. But if you check the correlation with the US in exports is bigger. The blue graph represent the consumption, which I represent with the GDP in the US, and on green we have the exports. There's a big correlation based on the demand on the US and Mexico's exports. We don't see the correlation in the direct foreign investment. But what happens? As when we see as Mexicans that the US is not growing, then we get worried because that's going to impact on our national uh, national manufacturing in exports. And yes, again, in this graph, we have seen that there's new investments coming in. We have seen the news, but I think we have to give some credit, big credit, to the national industry, just the ones that didn't choose to be in Mexico due to the advantages that we mentioned, but because they believe in their country. That national industry that faces all these challenges of bureaucracy, of costs of production, that generate formal jobs that pay taxes and that are part of these SMEs and the big ones as well, and that are exporting. And we see it in this graph. It's not just the new companies, but the ones that are already established. And when we see that there's competitiveness in Mexico, so that is why we see this increase in exports. And well, then you may say, oh, China again. Well, yes, because that's the issue with nearshoring. We are competing with China for the US market. And we see this 2021 graph. China was the main supplier for the US during the pandemic. And we said, hey, then not everything is about the distance. Someone explained why, even though the distance, China is still one of the main suppliers for the US. This was 2021. But what happened? As of 2022, we are the first supplier for the US. And I think this also has to do with nearshoring and the exports that we were mentioning. They are increasing, and we see how Mexico, and these are stats on the first quarter of 2023, and I think this tendency is going to progress. And it's not just because we are more competitive in cost in regards to China, but also because of this vulnerability with the US of low in deficits and having suppliers close to reduce that vulnerability in regards to the supply, and that's the geostrategic point of view. Where do we compete with China on the US market? Of course, Mexico is championing the automotive industry and oil, but there's other sectors, especially in electronics. China is beating us. But it's not about looking at who's winning. It's to see where we are competitive, because companies that are coming to Mexico to mitigate sectors, it's not just any sector, it's specific sectors, and we need to see the role of Mexico in semiconductors. I think Mexico can become a protagonist, a lead character on this industry. So, what has driven the nearshoring phenomenon of near supplier? I'd say competitive advantages, the conventional competitive advantages in Mexico, what I mentioned, these challenges that we have in the national agenda of insecurity and poverty. Why do we still keep getting foreign investment? Due to the advantages that we mentioned. Also, due to the risk mitigation, the trade war between the US and China, which also opens a window of opportunity for companies that want to pay lower tariffs, and that with this war costs are increasing. But an important factor, and as experts I invite you to analyze this more in depth, the national content. For example, the automotive industry, to get access to the USMCA benefits, they went from 62.5 to 75. I think a lot of companies, even though they don't want to, they are forced to be in Mexico to fulfill this national content and to be close to the assemblers, the assembly lines, to also save on inventory. So how can a company make the most of it? Because we are consultants. What do we tell our clients? An SME that asks us, "Hey, what do I have to do with nearshoring? Is this just for big companies?" No, we all have an opportunity, but in our analysis, in our planning, these are factors that here the interaction that I wanted to do was that click click, but okay, we can see them all on the screen. So we have to understand the consumption patterns. It's not just I have this and buy supply. So what's the demand on the market? Who am I connecting with? Because right now the rule of the game is networking. What are the risks that I'm facing as a company? We have to make our risk analysis. Am I training in technology? All these aspect of AI is just for the big ones, or does it affect me as well? What resources do I have? What financial, human, material resources do I have? Are my workers trained for this? And what's my client's perspective or expectation? Because clients, of course, want to mitigate risks as service providers, that we're helping them mitigate clients, they might mitigate risks. And well, to wrap up, we have 3 minutes. We're going to make the conclusions. First of all, we know that the world system is undergoing deep changes and we have to keep an eye out. We don't have get to take it for granted, because this is going to let us adapt our businesses and ourselves as people to be up to date, to be able to face these tendencies with success. Then we have to locate Mexico's role in this configuration. We're not isolated. We're in an interactive world where there's interdependencies. So, and what happens with Mexico and with whom we're connected? And then Mexico as a big player, as part of this North American factory. That doesn't mean that we won't sell to Europe or that we won't interact with Asia. It's just looking at the geostrategic perspective. Whether we like it or not, we're part of it and we're part in this big North American factory. Then, in the context of nearshoring, we have to understand which sectors we can compete, what sectors are competitive in Mexico, and how we can participate in the great world supply chains to be prepared. And the fifth conclusion is that companies must identify their strengths. And again, it's not something that I sell and let's see who buys it. No, it's what is on demand on the market, what are my strengths, and what weaknesses must I work on to be competitive, even in SMEs. Then we have that nearshoring has shown that not everything is about distance, it's risk mitigation in all sense. And when mitigating risks, we may have more opportunities of being successful in the market. And finally, I always emphasize not everything is business. Not everything is looking at the profits, the income, how my stock is doing in the stock market. From our homes, as people, as business people, as academics, we have to be concerned with the sustainability, with the social impact, because on the one hand, we are fighting for gender equality, against poverty, but are we paying our employees the proper salary? Do we have a good work environment in our companies? Are we recycling? Are we teaching our children to be just? I think it's also important to have those values in regarding integrity and governance. What are we doing to our neighboring communities, to our companies? So to keep an eye out for that, sustainability, governance, the social impact is important. let's not forget it. Not everything is business. So what are we doing for the world to mitigate from our trenches the climate change, for example? But thank you very much for your attention. She couldn't it couldn't have been more to the point. And for this, we would like to ask accountant Aquilino Perez Boac, who's visiting us from space, to provide this reward. Please, if you we can go to the center of the stage. So Aquilino, please. Thank you, Judith. I think it's I'm they give me the title of accountant even though I'm just a lawyer, so I guess they like me here. But doctor, it's been a pleasure, and your last name is one of the cities with a lot of history in Spain. And besides that, it's been a pleasure to listen to you, and thanks to that, I grant you on by the name of UC&CS this reward due to your participation as a speaker in the 24th annual Worldwide Conference 2023 for Nearshoring a Strategic Long-Term Vision. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and my apologies, Mr. Aquilino, because with all these accountants, sometimes I slip up. But Mauricio, let's go to lunch. Yeah, let's go to lunch because for the chiles en nogada, the food gets cold. In room Embajador, first floor, next to the hotels site. Oh, and the people online, Betilegio, Jorge Hernández Parra, Miguel Ángel Quiñones, and also Jorge Arturo Gallegos. Thank you, Orfa Liliana. We are taking care of your mom, Mr. Accountant Sergio Pinilla. We missed their conclusions, always with us. And well, everyone, enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Thank you for being with us online. Thank you for putting your cameras on. But yeah, they're waving from the camera. ¿Cómo? Ah, sí, claro. Sí. Ah, ok. Ah, sí, claro. Pues sí, ¿no? De una vez. Okay, everyone, enjoy your lunch. We're going to be back at 3:10. Nah, no creo. Bueno, quiero pensar. Sí, se tocó con la